Yeah, man, we are live. Thursday night reality check. The real Thursday night reality check. Got a special panel guest tonight. That's Emmanuel Godson from Ireland. He's doing some painting tonight while he's panel. Good to see you, Emmanuel.
Yeah, I'm gonna multitask tonight because I can't stop work on this painting, but I'm gonna be listening in and giving my opinion too.
Awesome, appreciate it.
And
we got
I'm a terrible.
Go ahead. We got a little lag. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm a terrible host on this subject because I'm an honest man. I never lie, so you know.
Well, then you're gonna have some good input on how not to lie. Primal Man, Gene, how you doing tonight?
Couldn't be better.
Good.
Doing well.
Looking sharp.
Everybody. Thank you.
Sharp.
Yeah.
Got a nice haircut. The beard looks good. Got you a pipe. You drinking anything tonight?
Yeah. Cheers.
Right on. Little doers. Straight up. I guess they call that neat, correct?
Call it neat. Got a little pipe here too. Yellow bowl. Smoking a little aromatic.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
So,
well, the topic tonight is why do lies travel faster than the truth? It's a great topic. I think we'll start out talking about lies in general. What is a lie? Why do people lie? There's something I posted a long time ago, and it said, you know what they say? A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is getting its pants on. Now, there's a lot of truth to that. So I'm going to go to you, Primal Man, Gene, first, and ask you, why would a lie travel faster than the truth?
Because a lie most times is juicy. It's incriminating. It might be incriminating to someone. People latch on to juicy information regardless of the truth. If it sounds good, if it stirs the pot, it don't matter if it's a lie. People don't care. They latch onto it and they pass it on because it's juicy, hot and fresh off the press.
Are you saying that the truth is boring sometimes?
Yeah, I would say that.
Why do we think the truth is boring sometimes?
Because it's cut and dry. You ever heard the expression cut and dry? It's plain as day. It's plain. The truth is plain. The truth is cold. The cold hard. It's hard. The cold hard truth.
Alexio. Emmanuel is on the panel tonight, and he is painting. He's an artist, so he's multitasking. Yeah, and hopefully we'll get a little preview of his artwork tonight. That'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we can inspire some truth.
Maybe you can what?
Inspire some truth on that painting.
Oh yeah, there is truth in it. I'll show you now in a minute. My opinion, right, on why people prefer a lie to the truth is they're gullible. You know, people are just gullible. There's like the bottom line is most people are in some way stupid that they'll accept a lie quicker than the truth, and because they love controversy, right? So. Something with a bit of color in it, some story with a bit of color or a bit of controversy or something like shocking, they'll automatically jump on it and say, "Oh my God, you know, this is unbelievable," and all, and they'll run with it. You know, I'm very careful. I'm very careful about what so-called facts I accept online. Because I'm part of a political movement in Ireland, I'm a nationalist, and we have to be very careful of what's considered the truth and what's considered a lie. That we have to be very careful about what information we choose to run with and accept, because you know the lefty will infiltrate our circles and spread rumors and lies, and we look ridiculous later on when all the things we're saying are proven to be false. You know, that's a tactic that the left use. So we have to be careful about what information. So we have to double check everything, you know. But there are idiots in our circles in the nationalist movement that'll just automatically accept these false lies, you know, because it's nature, it's Mother Nature in the human mind. They're fucking idiots there, you know.
What's the example of a lie in Ireland right now that's going on?
Right, so there's a lie. Now, I think it's a lie. I'm not sure. I can't say whether it's a lie or not. I haven't accepted it as the truth, is what I'm saying. I haven't accepted it as the truth. There's all this talk about the vaccines, you know, the anti-vax people who are skeptical about the vaccines. They're saying that the vaccine makes you magnetic, right? That magnets stick to your body and everything. I've seen some of the videos and all, very skeptical of it. So I'm not too quick to accept that as the truth. You know, until I see more proof or more scientific evidence that it's true, I'm not going to spread the story. I'm not going to accept it. You know, so that's one example. Like people, it's an age-old trick of sticking spoons to your body. You know, it's about moisture. You know, the moisture will stick a spoon to your body. But people are spreading these videos saying, "Oh, the vaccine makes you magnetic." You know, and look at all these things sticking to my body. I'm not sure if that's altogether true, you know. So that's
I saw the video of the lady sticking things to her neck and all over her and saying she's magnetic now. And I just couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, I mean, it's scientifically on paper, it would make sense because of heavy metals and all this kind of stuff in the vaccines, but it just doesn't make sense in terms of, you know, how much vaccine you'd need in your body to make that happen. You know, it's the amount of nanoparticles or whatever this new technology is minuscule. It's microscopic, so it wouldn't affect like an object the size of a spoon. I don't think it'd have the strength to do that. But there are truths and it's mixed with lies, and you don't know what to believe. So you have to be very careful with what information you propagate and run with. You know. So that's one example of a lie.
All right, is
like
the
politics today?
Is this a lie? Celtic
I'm not
girls,
saying I can't. Sorry, I misspoke there. I said it's a lie. I don't know if it's a lie or not, but I'm just very skeptical of it. But the in the political circles, it's full of lies. You know, there's lies happening left, right, and centre. You know, so you have to be very careful.
well, is this comment?
Most people what's that?
Is this comment a lie?
No, Celtic girls, right? What they've got going for them is they've got personality. They've got bags of personality, right? So I wouldn't consider I wouldn't consider Irish girls to be gorgeous, right? They're decent looking. There's a lot of ugly people, but some of them are decent looking, like average. You know, they've got this quirky, cute sexiness about them, but they're not drop dead gorgeous. But what they have going for them is they know how to have the banter and a fun conversation and joke with you and everything. I think that's what Irish girls have. They've got the brogue, you know.
Let's get into why do people lie? What are the reasons why people lie?
They're afraid. What is it? John Gotti has a quote. He says, I never told a lie because I'm not afraid of anybody.
Mm-hmm. Well, people lie, number one, I think, is because of the consequences of telling the truth. Think about that. It's the consequences of telling the truth. People lie because the truth hurts.
It might be selfishness, greed and selfishness, that they're afraid to lose something. That'd be the bottom line, I'd say.
how's the expression go? They want their cake and they eat it too. Want their cake and eat it too. They want it both ways. They want to play both sides of the fence. There's a lot of reasons why people lie.
People lie for financial gain. People lie to be accepted. Think about that.
Yeah.
Machiavellian instincts. Yeah.
Also, too, people lie to themselves to delude. To you ever heard the saying, people believe their own lies sometimes? If they know that they're a terrible person about something, some category, some kind of way, they'll convince themselves through lying that they're not that person, because they can't live with themselves being that person. So they got to lie to themselves, and they do convince themselves. Sometimes they do. Most times they do.
That was going to be, it's in my notes here. Is it a lie if you believe it?
Of course. Yep.
How many people and believe what they're saying?
That's psychopathy. Take a look at psychopathy and how prevalent it is in society. That everybody born into this culture being bombarded by the media and everything, there's a certain degree of psychopathy in everybody today. And I think the penchant for lying is a psychopathic trait. So some people do it a lot, other people don't do it so much, other people don't do it at all. But on a grade, on a scale, there is different degrees of psychopathy. So there's different degrees of penchant for lying. I had a guy in my life who, a friend online, who was a compulsive liar. Like, he'd tell me a lie one week, and then the next week he'd tell the story again slightly different. He forgot the lie. He forgot he told me this story, and he'd tell me a totally different story. It's the same story, but a completely different ending or a completely different slant. Like, I think, what's going on? Why would you do that? Why would you lie like that? And he just couldn't help himself. I think it was part of his psychopathic personality.
Isn't that a part of lying, though, that you have to remember you have to keep your story straight if you're a liar? I mean, you really do.
Yeah, what's that saying? What's that saying? You have to what's that saying about the truth and the lie? You have to. You only need to tell the truth once, but a lie, you have to keep on repeating it to remember it. You don't need to revise the truth.
Have y'all ever looked at how people interrogate criminals to get the truth, like special agents, and they have techniques they use to get people to tell if they're lying? It's very interesting.
One of the ways they do it is they ask the same question in different ways.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways to ask a question. So what they do is they rephrase it.
Yeah. To see if they're going to get the same story. Consistency.
BB, what's up? He says if they have a different perception of reality, it's the truth to them. Think about that. It's your perception of reality.
Yeah, but like the truth is an immovable object. You can't change the truth. The truth is the truth, and you can't change it. Like,
have you ever heard anybody? I mean, we all know somebody who lies, and immediately you just say to yourself, he's lying. That is just a lie. You can just tell by a story somebody makes up or just something about it. There's something I always say, and it's a Jeopardy kind of reference. And it's like, things that didn't happen, Alex, for 200. That's what I think in the back of my mind. Things that didn't happen, Alex, for 200. And you know, I know people who just consistently lie about things. Not a lot of them, but I do have, I'll say, you know, just acquaintances and friends who are full of shit most of the time, you know. And it kind of sucks because what happens is, I don't know if any of you guys have ever been in this situation to where you're with some people, you could be with a friend, and the friend tells a lie to a group of people. You know it's a lie. He knows you know. He or she knows you know it's a lie. And now you have to kind of really, by not saying anything, you're basically confirming the lie. So does that make you a liar also?
Makes you a weak man. You got to stand up. Call it out, man. Call out the BS.
Well, there's a bit of nuance. There's a bit of nuance here. You are complicit in the lie, but like, if you want to plan a surprise trip for your girlfriend, and you need to keep it a secret, so you tell her all the bullshit lies, and everybody knows you're keeping it a secret, is that really a bad thing? You know, that you're going to surprise her with this trip.
Wouldn't we call that a white lie?
There's a bit of nuance there. Yeah, white lie.
Yeah, and I also have that in my notes. So that would be when it's okay to lie for like protection purposes. Like it was Jesse Lee Peterson was on the show. This was, I think, a few weeks ago, but he talked about when it's okay to lie. Let's say somebody breaks in your house and your wife is in the back room and the guy says, "Is anybody else here?" You would say no. You wouldn't say, "Yeah, she's in the back room," unless you didn't like her that much, of course.
I would say, "Yeah, she's in the back room," and he goes back there and my girl's got a 12 gauge waiting for him. Set his ass up.
Hey, Peekaboo. K Hopper says, "The bald bastard, that is a definition of a psychopath, aka believing in different realities when there's only one true objective reality."
Yes, I like that comment.
Mm-hmm.
Good comment, K Hopper.
Yeah, I like that.
Hey, Peekaboo. Once again, hello.
I mean, think about lies. Okay, we'll get back to the main subject. We'll just keep popping back in there. And the main subject is why do lies travel faster than the truth? If you guys missed the beginning, I said, you know what they say, a lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is still getting its pants on. So we'll get back to that. But what did I have here? So where am I? Okay, would a lie be the embellished truth? Think about that.
Well, I already said the problem with information today is it's all half truth laced with lies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the way the devil runs today. He manipulates the truth with half truths and lies. So he'll give you a truth that you know is confirmed to be true, and then he'll add something to it, like sophism. You know, it's like he'll add some kind of lie to it to take you away from the truth, and then you start believing some crazy shit. Like, that's with information. But between people, I think when you're lying, it's usually based on truth. You have to make it believable. You know.
So when you embellish the truth, it now becomes a lie. Because I think if people embellish the truth to make the story more interesting. Let's say I have a story for you guys. I was surfing in Costa Rica, and I dropped in on a 10-foot wave. It sucked the sand off the bottom. Now my story is still going true. This is true. Okay? I stall, pull into a nice barrel, watch the lip throw over me, do a nice cut back. But what I can embellish and say at the end of that wave, I saw a 6-foot shark cutting through the water. So which story sounds better to you? So I think people embellish the truth to make it more interesting, which now they turn something truthful realistically into a lie. So would you consider that a truth, a half truth, or a lie? Is a half truth a lie?
Yes. If it ain't the whole truth,
Yeah.
it's a lie.
Let's think of places and what people lie about.
This is gonna get good.
Yeah. Let's see what BB says here. Books were left out of the Bible to make it more believable. Does that make it a book of lies? Well, we'll address that when Michael Foster jumps on tonight. There it is. Yeah, see, I believe that too, K. Hopper. Half-truths are worse than lies. Yep.
Leaving the books of the Bible out don't make it. You know, if it's false, there's any sense of, I mean, that would be omission. No, that's a valid question.
Think about the place. This is something I came up with earlier today. Probably the place where you're supposed to tell the truth the most. Okay? Think about this.
Wait, it's a question.
Yeah, think about it. You put your hand on the Bible. Where do you do that?
In a court of law.
There you go. So I think more people lie in a court of law than anywhere, probably. Let me ask you a question. Why would a lawyer try to get a murderer off if you know he murdered someone? Think about that. He has to lie. They say, what, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? People have their hand on that Bible and say, I do.
Lawyers or just the witnesses?
The witnesses, but
yeah, that's something to smoke on.
yeah, that's a good smoke.
It's a good smoke. Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about when they put these trials on TV and somebody's lying, you know they're lying. I mean, does anybody believe that O.J. Simpson didn't kill Nicole Brown Simpson?
You know what's interesting? Look back over your entire life. Your entire life is probably 85% lies. Everything you believed is more than 3/4 a lie. Everything you were taught to believe has probably been more than 3/4 of a lie. That's the world we live in. That's the world that the fallen state has created. A lie of deceit, lies, corruption. And the people that search for the truth, that demand nothing but the truth, they're the minority.
At what age do you think that you can discern truth and a lie? What age? Anybody in the chat, what age do you think you can discern a lie? I'm going to say you're probably going to be about 3 or 4.
Very young, yeah.
Can anybody remember a lie when they were a little kid? Something they lied about?
I didn't lie as a kid. I didn't lie. I remember one time, though, went to Toys R Us when I was probably one of the probably earliest memories that I have. I guess I was probably younger than 10. And I took something off the shelf. It was something. I remember I liked it. I wanted it. Probably knew I couldn't have it, and I took it. I got home, and I remember they found it on me. I think my grandparents found it, and they questioned me. My grandpa questioned me. And I told the truth. He says, did you take this? I took it. Yes, sir. He's like, well, now we got to go bring it back. You don't steal, you know? So I took it. I took it. Fair and square.
Emmanuel, can you remember any lies when you were young?
No, I can honestly say, hand on my heart, right now, I'm not lying to you now. I'm not trying to pretend that I'm some fucking brilliant person, but I've never in my life, as far as I remember, I've never deliberately deceived anybody. I've always told the truth, even when it got me in trouble, you know. That's one thing that our parents brought us up to do, is to tell the truth, you know. It's better to tell the truth. Like I went out. I remember when I was 18 years old, I had a spliff, like, and I felt so guilty that I was falling into corruption that way that I told my mum. I came out and I honestly told her, look, I got high as a kite yesterday. I smoked a spliff. I'm sorry, you know. Like it was better that I told her that because it was a guilt off my own chest. You know, I needed to. It was like a catharsis. But like, if she confronted me, if it was a different story, like she confronted me and says, "I heard you were smoking drugs. Did you do it?" I would have said, "Yes, I'm sorry." You know, lied about it. Like, so there's situations where, like, I've never deliberately deceived anybody. Never. I don't think. Yeah, it's just not part of my character. I'm a fool for honesty, you know. I think of being too honest with the system and the welfare system and all that kind of shit. You be honest with them all the time and they completely screw you over. It's the guys who lie their ass off who get everything handed to them on a plate, you know.
Emmanuel, when's your birthday?
29th of July.
Yes, sir.
It's coming up.
Mine's on the 1st, July 1st.
That you're not a Leo then? Are you a Leo?
You a Leo?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
No, I'm a Cancer.
Right.
Well, I'm a Scorpio, boys.
Right, you got a sting in the tail.
Us Scorpios, you know, we lie like hell. So
It's funny, some of those things are true. Speaking of lies and truth.
well, from the movie Scarface, Al Pacino, remember what he said? I always lie, even when I tell the truth.
No, I always tell the truth.
I always tell the truth, even when I lie.
Yeah.
BB has a great question here. What about lying to yourself?
It happens.
What would be lying to yourself? Would lying to yourself would be
Pretending like you didn't remember something. Like mentally forcing something, a memory out of your brain to convince yourself it didn't happen.
It's got.
I lie to myself every day.
What about lying to yourself?
An
example of lying to yourself
I'm
be,
a heavy smoker.
You just read my mind. Lying to yourself would be smoking cigarettes and saying eventually it's not going to get you.
Yeah, there's a part of you that keeps on smoking and you tell yourself, oh, it's going to be okay, you know. It's not, though. The truth is you're fucked. If you don't get lung cancer, you're going to get emphysema, definitely.
I think that's one of those things that eventually will get you. I mean, everybody's heard of the old guy You know, whatever, old lady smoked cigarettes, drank scotch every day, lived to 120. But there's the reason you hear about those because there's not many of them. Yeah, I love this one. What about lying to yourself? Poor relationships.
I think
Convincing yourself a woman loves you when you know the truth. You know, this was going to be one of my topics on like when people lie. It's in here. People lie. One of the biggest places people lie to each other is probably in bed when they're having sex. And people probably tell the most truth when they're having sex. Who was that guy that slept with the Chinese spy? The California dude, right?
Scooch Magoosh.
Scooge Magooch. Telling the gospel truth got me a divorce and cost me everything I own, but I don't regret it. I caught her in adultery, which gave me the right to put her away after showing her marriage scripture. Right on. That's a great statement, and that sucks, but I'm glad you're okay. This is a new face. My answer is because the earth is under the dominion of evil. People prefer negativity, gossip, etc. mostly, and that's true. That's true.
no. Well, I disagree with that. I think people prefer comfort, and that's why they lie.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're afraid to face the truth sometimes, and sometimes for selfish reasons, for selfish gain, they don't want other people having the truth, so they tell a lie for some selfish gain reason.
And that's why people like to be lied to.
People love the lie. They're fucking idiots. They jump on it. They jump on it like a hot cookie. You know. Look at the left.
I mean,
the left wing in America are so invested in the lie. It's unbelievable that they won't back away from it for a second. And I think it's their ego and their pride to say they're not willing to say for a second, "Oh, I was wrong. I had a wrong opinion." So they'll run with the lie no matter what. You know.
I want to say too, anybody wants to join the live panel, there's a StreamYard link pinned to the top. You click on that, put your name in. I'll see you backstage. You want to come on and talk about this topic? Come on. I want to talk about lies in the manosphere. What kind of lies are we told in the manosphere, in the men's community? What kind of lies? There's a lot of them. Think about it. There are certain corners of the manosphere that tell you to basically it's manipulation to meet women. It's basically lied to them. And a lot of people say, "Oh, we don't do that," but there are certain corners that basically tell you to lie. They're kind of circling around telling you to lie, but that's actually what they're doing.
I'm just trying to figure out where to start.
Yeah, basically, yeah, I know. Basically, do what you can do and say what you can say to get in a woman's pants rather than just tell her the truth. I mean, let me tell you something. With this whole manosphere explosion, I'm gonna bring this out there right now. As I talked to, and I'm not going to say any names who I talked to, but I had one person tell me, and I want you guys to follow this real closely. I'm very big on congruency. In other words, if somebody's going to preach to me and tell me a message, I want their life to be congruent with their message. So what happens is that this person had told me, well, what about actors? Actors are acting. But now somebody giving you advice, whether it be somebody, like I said, on a manosphere channel, men's advice, do they get the same pass? In other words, you guys follow me? So basically what they had said was, well, look at him as an actor. You don't look at an actor and say he's lying. He's acting a part.
No, they don't get a pass.
Yeah.
They don't get a pass.
Acting fiction belongs on the screen, you know, when they're on the street in real life. When they're on the street in real life dealing with people in the public, then you know the acting should stop, you know. Simple as.
Yeah.
I mean, let's say I'm preaching against men don't get married. Like, I don't want you to get married. I don't want you to get married, you know. All women are bad. And then you find out the guy's married.
That's hypocrisy. That's pure hypocrisy.
In the worst way.
There's one thing that God doesn't like, and it's blatant hypocrisy. It really gets him upset.
So, you know, I call them the actor, you know, and there's a word called LARPing. Everybody knows that word, LARPing. That's live action role playing. That's you know, they're LARPers. They're not really doing what they say they're doing. Do as I say, not as I do. But I'm not accountable for what I'm telling you. To me, the accountability, I don't know about you, Gene, but the accountability goes back to the person who's given the advice.
Yeah. I also think accountability falls on the shoulders of the consumers too. I think that's something that's overlooked. We might not be able to talk to the content creators that are lying, but maybe we can talk to some of the viewers, the guys that are down in the trenches.
Oh, let me say hi to MD. MD, MGTOW Dictionary. Good to see you here, man. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Awesome. I still love our interview, man. That was great. That was man, that was one of the best ones I did. That was just a lot of truth bombs there, man. I loved it. Quality stuff. Again, I do have a StreamYard link. Anybody watching, you want to jump on and talk to us about this. The topic is, why do lies travel faster than the truth?
Here's a question for you. What do you think the definition of a down-to-earth person is?
Of a what?
Down-to-earth person.
Oh.
You know, a down-to-earth person. How would you describe them? What's your idea of a down-to-earth person?
Somebody that is fully relatable.
Right.
I mean, we've all heard that phrase, right? Oh, you'll like this guy. He's down to earth. I think down to earth can mean likable. I think it can mean just a good guy, an honest guy.
There, that bingo. That's the answer. Honesty. That's the answer. A down-to-earth person is honest with you. Right? And that's the idea for men today, is to be more down to earth, and if they have something to say, then they'll come out and say it, you know, and they'll know what's right and wrong, they'll know what's true and false. So they speak their mind, they'll tell you the truth. They will be generous with the truth. And you know, they'll always tell you what they think, and they'll be honest. And the key is honesty. You know, and not enough people today are down to earth people. Their heads are somewhere else, or they're up in the clouds, or you know, they're subscribing to fictions and ideas of themselves that are just ridiculous, you know. So they're not being honest and true.
DB says that doesn't mean you get a pass to be an a-hole, honest or not. Yeah.
Well,
Think about what you said, Emmanuel, down to earth. That to me, down to earth means grounded. You're a grounded person. That would be the definition of down to earth.
An everyday kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
Salt of the earth, every day. To me, that would mean relatable, but that's an interesting perspective to correlate that with honesty. Yeah, because I mean, I wouldn't be able to relate with a liar. I just wouldn't. A fib teller. We used to call them fibs, right?
Think of the working class man. You know, he's struggling by the sweat of his brow to earn his bread every day. You know, he's going out and working every hour God sends. He's a down to earth person because he's working an honest day's work. You know, he's getting up on his ass. He's not deceiving people to get what he needs. He's getting up off his ass, and the likelihood living that life, the likelihood that he's developed a character that won't tolerate bullshit. He's a hard man, and he won't tolerate bullshit, and he doesn't subscribe to lying to people, and he doesn't tolerate lies because he's honest. You know, it's very important. I'd be much quicker to sit down at a bar and talk to a guy who scrapes shit out of a sewer than some guy who works in an office for hundreds of thousands of pounds every year. You know. That's what I'd say. He'd be more authentic. He'd been honest with you, or he's being more authentic, and his character is authentic because of the hardship that he faces.
I like that analogy. I like that analogy a lot. It's a good one and true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Spoken like a true Irishman.
I like this comment Nevin said. I don't know about you guys. I can't stand lying. I know Manuel says you don't lie, but I think there's times, like you said, Manuel, lying to yourself. Okay. And that's a form of a lie. It really is, you know, whether it be about smoking, but I think I'm more relatable now to lying to myself about certain things, whether it be a relationship, whether it be because I don't lie to people. I don't lie, you know, in my business. I just don't do it. I wouldn't lie to a police officer that stopped me for speeding and said I wasn't speeding. You know, yeah, I was doing 65, you know, in a 45. But I think probably most people, when they say they don't lie, probably the thing that they lie mostly to is to themselves. So let me ask you a question. Would lying to yourself be considered a lie? I think
that's a separate issue altogether.
Okay. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
That's a separate thing altogether.
Nevin said, I just had this talk with my son. I told him I want him to be a man with integrity. It's the best foundation for a relationship. Yeah, I like that. Any Manosphere content creator that takes super chat money from men are frauds.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll disagree with that. I think that, you know, people have donated to my channel. I don't have a super chat button yet. My channel has been under review since I think it was October. So for monetization. And for me, it's like a badge of honor is all it is, that enough people have watched my videos and watched the live streams. You have to have 4,000 watch hours in within a year to be eligible for monetization. Monetization means a super chat button. It also means that they put ads on. And my most popular videos are shaving your head, trimming the goatee. On my small channel, I think my how to shape a goatee, beard to goatee has about, I think it has like 70,000 views, which is pretty good for a small channel.
Yeah. I feel like I think he's given the manosphere, he's given it context by using the manosphere.
Yeah.
I think he's that's the context that he's using it in. Manosphere content creator.
Yeah.
Because if you take that out, anyone that takes super chat money from men is a fraud. I don't think he would say it that way. I think he's giving it context. So I don't want to take it out of context, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in that context, there's
still disagree, but I see his point. Okay.
I mean, I kind of disagree. I think a show of support or something like that. Like I've had people, donate to my channel. There's a link down there, and I had one guy, said, hey, take you and your girl out to dinner, and and tossed me, I think it was 60, 70 bucks. And I thanked him personally through Instagram or Twitter. I forget. But, it wasn't something that I asked for at all.
Yeah.
But to me, I think it can be a show of appreciation.
Yeah.
But guys, I think that troll for super chats, I think that's a different story. And again, we can get back into that. That is a lot about validation is what it's about. What it is people super chat to get validation from their content creator a lot of times. You guys follow me there? So they can be thrown up on the screen. Okay. And it's like reverse validation. The content creator is getting his validation from the guy who super chats, and then the super chat guy is getting his validation from
that's what he just said.
Yeah. Okay. There it is right there. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mighty Zane, what's up? South Florida. Good to see you. I'm in Central Florida, buddy. I'm sunburned today too. So
this lighting makes me look white, real white, but I'm actually fairly dark right now. I hate to see what I'm gonna look like in the wintertime.
Yeah, that's great, man. That was one of the topics was manosphere liars. That's one of my notes here. Just so everybody knows, before I do anything, I take a page full of notes. So
I would say dating coaches out of the manosphere lie the most. Dating coaches.
I'm not even sure how to pronounce this first name. Is it Levigi? I don't know if you pronounce the V.
Probably Vigi Barberia. Vigi Barberia.
Oh, I know who this is. Let me bring on MD. There he is.
Hey, what's up, man? How's everything going?
Good, man. Is this Luigi? Is that who I got here?
Yeah, you got to get rid of him. That guy is bad, man. Michael Lawson, that's his name.
Yeah, could you, man, could you get rid of him for me? Just go ahead and block him.
Yeah, he CNN actually did a Luigi's a troll. He's got like 10 accounts, Manosphere Official, Marco, a lot of hate stuff on there. Somebody put up a video of him literally saying that women should be raped if it wasn't against the law. And, that's up on, I think, Black Pill Studies channel. We've been going around trying to clean it up, to get rid of these guys, because Michael Slauson, he tries to go by Luigi, and CNN wrote an article. They actually did a whole piece with him calling up mosque and threatening the people. And he just recently made a video, I don't know if it's still up, pouring pig's blood on pictures of people's religious places and stuff. Very sick individual. You know, he's the son of John Slauson, an LA County judge, which in the article he even said, you know, it's a family matter. So Michael Slauson he's a very sick individual that needs to be institutionalized and medicated, probably straitjacket. I mean,
Yeah, he came on the show one night. Primal Man, did you know that? He came on as Luigi. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
He asked a question, then he left.
Yeah. We had him on our show early. We didn't know. And then when he started, we have the comments where he advocated rape, said it doesn't hurt women. I mean, guys like that are just disgusting. You know, the word despicable comes to mind, and his
you know
brother.
You know what I said about you know, the left wing politics and everything, that they'll send infiltrators to spread lies and all this kind of stuff. He might be a lefty communist, and he might be here to give the manosphere a bad name. That he wants to tear down all these traditional things. That there's men trying to build something positive in the traditional manner. That he's sent as an infiltrator. It's Fed posting. That's what he's doing. And they're doing it left, right, and centre, especially in Ireland. The left wing always latch on to the right winger kind of thing, and they try and destroy it from within. That's what they do. They're paid by NGOs and everything. It wouldn't surprise me if this guy is getting money somewhere. He's part of some group, or you know, it wouldn't surprise me.
Man, do me a favor and block this Black Pill Truth 2.0. That's a fake account too.
Yeah, they copied the original one, and you're right, Emmanuel. His father, I think, is actually democratically elected judge of LA in a county in Southern California, and he basically seems like an informant rat, Michael Slauson, that ratted out a man called Mark Fagan that we had on our show. He was a Trump supporter that they targeted for his political stance. And it seems that Luigi Michael Slauson was the one that turned him in. So he is a manosphere rat. And Red Pill Reich is one of his friends, among many others. John Hogwood was a supporter of him as well. They were linked together. He'd leave comments on his channel, which we know that John Hogwood in turn is controlled by Rollo Tomassi, which, you know, it's really, the rabbit hole goes deep on him. And you know, they try to call out men that actually speak the truth. Anywhere we go, they will follow. Like that's why I call them cockroaches. You know, they're like the dating roaches. They just, I mean, these guys are. Yeah, it's sad, but yeah, they fear conversations like this. It's a great topic. Why do lies travel faster than truth? I think Mark Twain said, "A lie can make it halfway around the world before the truth gets its shoes on." Right.
Yep. That's exactly what I said. It's funny you say that, because that was the first thing I mentioned tonight. Yeah, well, the truth is still getting its pants on. Yep.
Yep. That's great, man. Yeah, it's definitely great.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. What is your definition of a lie?
A lie basically is something that is not true. So something that cannot be proven to be true. May not necessarily be a lie, but something that can proven to be untrue would be a lie. You know, I would think that the definition would need to be expanded too, because that's just, you know, something off the top of my head. Like if you know something is wrong and deceitful, you know, and you're going to continue to do it, you're lying. I mean, the 7 deadly sins really make sense. I mean, if you can't control your pride and your lust and your greed and wrath and sloth and gluttony and so forth, envy, then they're going to control you. And when we look at these guys throughout the manosphere, I call them males, they're not men. They are controlled by their greed and their lust and their envy and wrath. You know, the gluttony, we see it in many of them. It's really sad, and it takes men to teach them. You know, it really does take men to teach them, if they can be taught. You know, what definition do you have for lie?
Well, I mean, I've got a whole bunch of things. I mean, I've got a whole page of notes here about I've taken before a show, and for me, I mean, a lie is that. Do you think truth is objective or subjective to people?
I would think it's more really to people. To people, it might be, to certain people, it might be subjective, but it has to be objective. Like a truth is a truth. Like, okay, something that can be proven, I would say in a scientific form, you know, the method, you can't breathe underwater. So if somebody tells me that I could walk in a pool or say the ocean, the East River over here in Manhattan, and I won't be able to breathe under that water. Somebody in Canada can do the same off of the coast of Nova Scotia. Somebody in England can go into the Thames River and they won't be able to breathe. So it's provable by anyone, anywhere. So that's a factual truth. And there are also going to be grades, because something that cannot be proven to be true, like, you know, say gravity, right? It is the theory of gravity. If you drop something, it falls. Why that happens, the theory is gravitational force. It can't be proven that gravity is the thing, but gravity seems to be the most common sense, you know, part of it. For the now of the matter, it's true. There's some force or something that pulls an object downward toward, you know, the earth, and you know, so there's different grades. I would say it's not a. I forgot how it's put. Like not a.
I mean, what you were talking before would be considered like you can't breathe underwater. That's a universal truth, I think.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, like, what about that? Remember, everybody's heard this question: when a tree falls in the forest, you know, does it make a sound if nobody hears it? I mean, think about that.
Yeah, I think the sound. Pardon me, I was just grabbing my coffee. I think the sound that a tree makes, I think it's in relation to something that's hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you know, this is just me speculating. So when something falls, it would release a vibration, and if a deaf person's there, they wouldn't be able to hear it, but they would be able to feel the vibration of the tree. So it's kind of relationship, sight, sound. You know, like you'd wonder, you'd say, okay, if somebody's deaf, because that's probably a really good way to look at it. If somebody's deaf and they're standing there and the tree falls, so they're there, but they can't hear it. So is it based on a relation of the person that can hear it and the sound that's being made? You know, I really, this is a very profound question that I think even philosophers have been asking for thousands of years. Honestly, I'm not really sure of the answer. I would say it's a relation between the person that can hear it, and even if you can't hear it, you're going to feel a vibration.
I think
Go ahead.
I think a tree that falls in the forest when there's nobody around, it does make a sound. You know, the sound waves are going to affect the air, and it's going to do what it does scientifically, physically, in the physical world. It's going to do it anyway. The question is whether the sound was appreciated and heard. Just because it wasn't heard doesn't mean the sound didn't happen. Do you know, the sound did happen. We can prove it. Empirical evidence and science will prove that the air was placed.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That's a physical series of reactions to a tree falling. Just because nobody heard it, it doesn't. There was nobody there to appreciate the sound, like to say there was no sound. You know,
if the vibration,
so it did happen. The tree did make a sound, but the question is,
if the vibrations,
I made my point. Go on.
Yeah, if the vibrations didn't reach anyone's ear or an animal's ear, to me, it didn't make a sound, because you got to look at the definition of what's the definition of sound. Sound is, it only made a sound if it was heard. Can't be a sound if it wasn't heard. Well, that's one way to look at it. One fancy way to look at it.
Yeah, it's funny, all these philosophical questions
What is sound?
that are kind of you know you have, or you think you have the answer
Yeah.
until you actually start talking about it.
Sound, the definition of sound says vibrations that travel through the air or another medium and can be heard when they reach a person or an animal's ear.
I'd say sound is a bunch of vibrations affecting the air. Full stop.
I mean, I think and a good experiment would be the deaf man and the man who can hear. The deaf man would say it doesn't make a sound, but it doesn't make a sound because he can't hear it? You know, because the man who can hear would say, okay, it definitely made a sound. So if just because the deaf man can't hear it doesn't mean that it's not making a sound, because the man who can hear is definitely going to hear that sound. I'm just putting it in a scientific context to say, okay, one man is going to say, you know, with like logic, how you have a two men, like, you know, one truth teller, one liar, or one opposition. The man can't hear, so no matter what sound is made, he cannot hear it. But the other man can hear. So the tree that fell made a sound. He heard it. The other man didn't hear the sound. And just because he didn't hear it doesn't mean that the sound didn't happen, because the man who heard it, you know, he's saying, hey, man, you know, it was there. So that I'm just looking at using logic to try to figure it out, because it's a great question. I mean, it is kind of a, yeah, it's something that requires deep thought.
Bald Bastard has a kind of a cool question here. If a lie isn't spoken,
it's an open-ended question. Like,
is it still a lie? If a lie, just so you know, MD, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay with Emmanuel, and it's not because he's in Ireland. I don't think. I think it's just because his internet is slow. But if a lie isn't spoken, is it still a lie? You got to expound on that a little. I'm not sure if I understand that. Any of you guys pick this up?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, because that kind of shows that in a way he's trying to say the sound does exist even though nobody's there to hear it. Because, you know, if somebody doesn't say, if they say you can breathe underwater, that's a lie. You know, you can't breathe underwater. And if nobody says that, right, you still know that if you walk into the water, you won't be able to breathe underwater. So that lie of you can breathe underwater will still stand even if nobody says it. That's a really good way of putting it. That's a really good way of putting it.
I think he's just asking the question: Is a lie if a lie isn't spoken, is it still a lie?
well, in a court of
Every time he goes to say something.
in a court of law, a lie is considered also an omission of truth.
All right. Well,
Isn't it against the law in a court of law to commit an omission of truth? If the truth isn't brought out, then that's considered a lie.
I think what BB is saying, everything begins with a thought. Mm-hmm. Whether it's said or not, it begins with a thought.
And that's when we go back to lying to yourself, right?
Mm-hmm. They say, there's an old Native American saying that says, if you lie to a friend, you lose the friend. If you lie to yourself, you lose yourself. And we see a lot of these males in the manosphere that they've lost themselves, because all they do is lie to themselves all day and lie to others. And yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, Runaway Train says we all breathe water for 9 months. Yeah, that's true. But that's it. I'm pretty sure you can't breathe after 9 months in water. That's funny. Let's see what Mighty Zane says. Could the truth for a percentage of human beings be too much to handle, or at times for those percentages of human beings be better off living their life without knowing the entire truth? Wow. That's like an ostrich sticking his head in the sand.
Yeah, it's a deep question.
Yeah. Deception starts in the mind, which is a lie, whether it's spoken out loud or not. Yeah. You know, like we go back to manosphere stuff, and we know guys are lying. We know guys aren't telling the truth. You know, I had somebody explain or try to explain this to me and say, well, we talked about this earlier. I don't know if you heard, MD, but we talked about, well, he's an actor. He's an actor. Do you when you watch a movie, do you say the actor is lying? And I don't think it's the same thing at all.
I used to think, and and I still kind of do when I look at it. That's a real strong one. That he is in a way, it can be looked at as lying. Like, you ever saw the movie Galaxy Quest? It was a parody of Star Trek, right? And Tim Allen starred in it, where there were beings from another planet that looked at Star Trek and thought it was real. They lived on a planet where they didn't understand what lies were. So they believed in him so much, Captain Nesbitt or whatever his name was, that they built everything in the Star Trek universe, even the ship. And when they were at a convention, they showed up. And, of course, the Star Trek actors, which were played by Tim Allen and his cast, representing Captain Kirk and those guys, said, oh, yeah, we'll go. They thought it was a job. Meanwhile, they take them on a ship. And more towards the end of the movie, these people were like children. And the enemy knew about lies. And when he had to tell them, they didn't understand it. They said, you were basically make-believing, on television. So you're kind of lying in a way. Like, I used to think that actors, I think it was Johnny Depp that said, he goes, yeah, he knows he's possessed by demons because he's 30 different people inside of one person. I mean, you channel like something. I mean, now if you're acting, that's a tough one because, again, some philosophers say the world is a stage. If you look at the history of Greek and, even beyond before that, acting was a way for men to be in drag. They used to dress up as women to act, which is a deception because they're acting like a woman when they're not. So, if we were to be honest and truthful, acting, I don't think would exist. Like, it's kind of like Plato said, to have a utopia, you have to have stories that are of goodness and uplifting. The mind is so it's so amazing that things will imprint. So you can't have anything that's very immoral. Like, if you look at some actors that have played the parts of drug addicts, like Robert Downey Jr. in the movie Less Than Zero, he played a crack addict.
That's funny. I saw that movie. I was watching that. I haven't seen that movie. It has to be 15 years. I saw that movie. I think it was on Showtime or HBO. I want to say 3-4 nights ago.
Wow.
And it was just the way they were dressed. It was just kind of, I had to watch it because I remember, I'm trying to think of the other actor in there too. The one guy, I can't think of his name right now. But what a crazy movie that was. That's so funny. Less Than Zero. Yeah, that was quite a movie. He was giving blowjobs and having sex with dudes and all sorts of weird stuff in that movie. That's a wild movie.
Yeah. Something that I found fascinating, back to what MD was saying about theatrics and acting. The word personality, you break it down to what? Persona. Persona is a Latin word, derived from Latin. Mm-hmm. I heard this before. I wanted to verify.
From mask, right?
Yeah, mask, right. So personality is, in a sense, a theatrical mask. So
it is.
That's just something out there. I thought that was interesting.
I've seen this guy before, MD. He's not a troll. He's just
he's not a troll. He's he's a funny channel.
That's what I thought too. Okay.
Yeah, the persona. I think Alan Watts, the philosopher, talked about that. He said that the persona is the mask that we wear. And there's actually a really good book called The Mind Stealers by Dr. Samuel Chauvin, I think his name is. And The Mind Stealers, I think the first chapter is Who Owns Your Personality? Amazing book. So yeah, that's a really good one, Primal Man. I mean, it's very good knowledge. I remember hearing it from like the Greek, but yeah, it goes back further.
MD, I want to introduce you to Michael Foster, Pastor Michael Foster.
Hey guys, what's up?
How you doing?
What's up, Mike?
Good
Hey,
to
guys.
see you.
Mike, you've never talked with MD from MGTOW Dictionary.
I don't believe so. No.
No? Okay. Well, this is a fine introduction right here.
Cool. Yeah.
Two
Glad to.
brilliant guys, man. This is awesome. Two
Thanks.
brilliant guys. I love it, man. Yeah. So, Michael Foster, give us, the topic was why do lies travel faster than the truth? And you know what? In the manosphere, that seems to be a real problem.
Hang on, guys. Sorry, I'm opening up my garage here. Well, I think lies are usually more salacious. The truth, a lot of times, is a little more boring. Not always, but often. And people love drama. I mean, those are my very profound explanations that I think. Yeah, a big motivation is this, that lies are usually, when someone tells a lie, they fit it to the recipient, right, to generate a particular response in them. So they're usually trying to outrage them. They're usually trying to give them some little detail that's interesting, and they do that. So you'll share it. I mean, that's the thing that's so interesting about the red pill side of the manosphere, and obviously this isn't true of all of them, but is this how kind of catty and how they really keep tabs on everyone's lives and gossip? And so one of the big motivation with lies is slander, is to make other people look worse so you look better. That's part of it. Those are some of my thoughts. Hey, is Emmanuel painting? Is he doing a painting? Is that what's going on?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
He's quite an artist too. There's an interview on YouTube with Emmanuel and his paintings. Some incredible artwork he does.
Very cool.
Yeah. And I think I don't know, it's what, 3-4 in the morning in Ireland right now?
Yeah, that sounds about right. It should be 6.5 hours or 6 hours. So I don't know.
Yeah.
What other answers have people given?
I gave those exact kind of answers in the beginning. Yeah, the truth is boring. What about embellished truth?
Yeah.
Well,
If you're interested. Yeah,
Go ahead, Emmanuel.
it's 20 past. Yeah, 20 past 3 in the morning, and
gotcha. Embellished truth. Well, I think some of us do it on accident. So I think we've all told a story that's kind of grown over time. And when you're telling a story, you like to add dramatic effect to it. And sometimes.
oh Jesus, the delay is terrible. I was just saying it's 20 past 3 in the morning. I paint at night time sometimes. If you want to know my art, and it's really controversial artwork.
Anyway, I think some of embellishment comes from just telling stories over and over again, and they build bigger and bigger. I don't know if you've told childhood stories, and then you get together with friends from childhood, and then they remind you kind of how it actually went down, and you're like, oh, that's right. That I wasn't the dude that threw the punch. It was you, So I think some of it is not always from this place of animosity or malice. It's just human frailty and the tendencies to build up stories. But I think also people lie to make themselves look bigger and feel better, and when they stretch the truth, somehow they're not lying, right? But it's, it still is deception. And you see a ton of that on the online space, really, whether it's the dating gurus or money Twitter, those guys, you'll see them. I used to be into Facebook, or not Facebook, um, fulfillment by Amazon. And I did about $140,000 a year in revenue with a gross profit margin right about 40,000 or 40,000. Right about 40%. And then I see these guys online show these huge revenue numbers, but their margin they're pulling was like 5%, right? And it's actually really easy if you're giving stuff away on Amazon. It's easy to rev up those revenue numbers that look really impressive. And you'd hear them talk about their strategies, and you could tell that they were fakes because their strategies aren't things that work. And I think you see a lot of that in anything that markets to men. If you've been around, you've tried these things, you've tried to grow as a man in these areas, you can tell when guys are just full of it and stretching the truth. Like, did they make money on Amazon? Have they been the ladies' man? Whatever. There might be a kernel to truth, but they embellish it to be more impressive, to receive your praise, to get your money, all those different things. I mean, it's all simple stuff, really, for the most part.
I mean, we're glad to have, I call MD the assassin of the manosphere, with us live tonight. So he's taken out a lot of the trash in the manosphere. So
I did watch some video that MD did that someone recommended a while back. It was good. It was savage, as Anthony would say.
Yeah, it's been a crazy year and 3 months. Man, they're battling the dating coaches or dating road as I call them, for the last year. First, it was a battle with the fake MGTOWs. Funny enough, they just called out the garbage can now to help the dating roaches. But yeah, it's I didn't really make it out like that. I mean, I was just a guy that made an app for male community for a friend that was going through a divorce, and one thing led to another. And, I found myself on an interview based in LMS in December of 2019, and people were just saying, "Hey, man, you got to start doing a live stream." And then as I got into it with the fake MGTOWs, that was settled, I think, last summer. Wasn't really much resistance, just really sad the way they're just grifting one another. One of the guys is homeless right now and they don't even care. And that used to be their main guy. And then I started noticing, I think I might've been one of the few or first guys that was calling out what I saw to be suspected homosexual activities, and it just, people got really angry. And I'm saying, look, this guy's homeless now. What happened? Where is Hammerhand to help him? He's begging for money as usual, e-begging, trying to say, oh, this identity, that identity. I'm like, okay, what's more important? Knowing a guy's identity or knowing another man advocates rape, like Michael Slauson, Luigi, or knowing another man is taking pictures of people's children, like John Hogwood has openly said himself, and they will detract from that truth of what they do just to get the spotlight off of them and say, oh, look, they've doxed so many people. They've doxed their own clients that have came on the show and said, look, I paid $800 and realized that game doesn't work. And they say, you got to buy the other course. And one guy's out $2,000. And because he came on the show and spoke out, they doxed him. And it was so sad because I tell him that doesn't make you anything less. These guys are cockroaches. These guys are, they just haven't doxed the right person yet. And when that person, takes it to them, it'll be taken to the doorstep. And if I looked at it as women or men alike that look into the manosphere, and if they don't see men calling this out, then it will become just a cesspool. But at least they could say, no, there are men here that call this out. There are men with moral standards. I mean, because some of these guys have no morals whatsoever. I mean, pathetic. But yeah,
I've been blown away by so I'm a Christian, I'm a pastor, I'm not a dating coach, I'm not a guru. Anyone that wants my services can come to my church. It's free. Like, we don't charge. But I will say the things that I've seen Donovan Sharp say openly on his podcasts or his streams, and the other guy, the guy that did the Batman ripoff video. What's that guy's name?
John Hogwood, Modern Life Dating.
Yeah, the things I've seen these guys say, what is absolutely anyone that's been around, you're like, these guys are clearly frauds and criminals. Like, just you've been around. I mean, I've worked in fraud departments. And what's wild is they're so emboldened to say just absolutely bonkers, insane things. And yet they still have audiences. And that just tells you how in trouble men are in this country, that these guys can actually make money off of them. And so while we have to also call these guys out and say, no, that's a criminal. Men, though, do need to start taking some responsibility. That, I mean, I don't know. You look at them, the way they talk, the crazy eyes. You notice the crazy eyes that they have. Like I just, there's a wild, frantic something going on there behind. I don't know if it's drugs or it's just manic, right? They're just manic, wild sort of stuff. But
both.
Yeah, and what I've seen in the last year, really ever since everything kind of blew up with 21, with kind of the Rule Zero guys. I guess that's been 2.5 years now, something like that. And it has devolved pretty intensely. And I think it makes sense to me that guys like you, the black pill community sort of dudes, are out there trying to call these guys to account, because it's just gotten so in your face and so I mean, it's just the things that they say. I was watching one of the videos with my wife next to me, and she's like, "Is this guy for real?" And I'm like, I guess so. People are giving them money, so I'm happy that there's folks out there taking the time to just publish the truth. It doesn't have to be a hit piece, really. There's some of those videos that Anthony's done, where they're just kind of an anthology of what these guys have said online. I think those are really helpful. Like, this is the guy you're dealing with. Now it's on you. Is this the sort of guy you wanna learn from?
Well, it's funny because I think it was Undead Chronic did a video. I think when Donovan's channel was dumped here not too long ago. I believe he couldn't post. I don't even know if he can do videos on his channel, but he made a real good point that all these guys stick together. But are they going to have Donovan on their channel now? Do you know what I mean? Because they're afraid that their channel will be taken off. Is Fresh and Fit, or is that their name? Fit and Fresh or whatever?
Yeah, Fresh and Fit.
Are they going to have Donovan come on their stream and take the chance of having their channel taken down because he's on there? It's kind of like when Stefan Molyneux got knocked off. I'm sure people are skeptical of having Stefan on their channel because they don't want. So what I'm saying is these guys really don't stick together. So when the money dries up or it affects their income stream, they're going to just turn a blind eye to you. I'll help you out, but here, get back to me in the future, kind of thing. So I don't think there's really any brotherhood there. I think the brotherhood has to do with dollars and cents only.
Well, it's like U.S. foreign policy, right? We have no permanent allies. We have permanent interests. And so what's their permanent interest? Their permanent interest is their ego in some cases, because people always think everything's about money. But there's a lot of men that are just motivated by blind ego. They want to be praised. They want to be validated. They want to feel like a big man. But it's ego and money.
Hello, Tomasi. Excuse me. Go ahead.
But I think that's why channels that like yours, smaller channels that get good, you get some pretty well-known people on here just chatting with you. It's good stuff. But guys, where I don't make any money off the manosphere. I think my Patreon for It's Good to Be a Man is like $1,200 a month, and the majority of it goes to my co-author and towards this paying for swag. I don't need any of it, but I couldn't care less. And when your well-being, your livelihood's not tied to your channel, you're in such a great place because you can truly say whatever you want, and you're not trying to speak whatever gets clicks or enrages. You just can talk about the things you care about, and I think that's a good place for the manosphere right now to have more channels like that.
That's why I say these smaller channels I think are the best. You know, we got 14 people. It doesn't affect me when I look at how many people are watching. What affects me is that maybe we're reaching 14 people tonight that can hear this, that haven't heard this before. To me, that's the most important thing. I don't have to sit here tonight. I have to work in the morning. You know, I'm because it's something that I like to talk about different topics, and I like the feedback from people that that jump on. You know,
so our podcast, when I started it, my goal was to reach 1,000 people and to have content and do it on my schedule whenever I wanted to. And so we've passed 250,000 downloads. Published a book, got a book contract out of it, just turned in the final copy yesterday. And if what you need is people that really have something they're after, right? And we have a real vision, and our vision is to help men, in particular Christian men, is who we focus on. But these guys, I think some of them start out all right, you guys know Rolo. I don't know Rolo. We've talked on the phone a couple times, so I can't really comment on his. My interactions with him personally have been just fine, but I'm sure a lot of these guys got in for somewhat noble reasons, trying to help people. That's the best part about the manosphere and the red pill forums is guys helping guys try to navigate difficult circumstances. But the thing is, with a lot of this stuff, is you have to generate drama because the content's not that complicated. Everyone's acting like the red pill is like this sort of all embodying philosophy, and of course they've never taken philosophy classes, or they would not be impressed by the red pill. It's pretty simple, right? And there's like a lot of simple principles, and so these guys have to keep finding ways to refresh the content, and that's why I saw someone share a screenshot that Donovan Sharp was doing a live stream. I guess it's a react video to
The Bachelorette. That was me.
The Bachelor, and then in two other shows.
I put that in the private chat.
Yeah, it was in two other equally gay shows, and you're like, what's going on? Who watches this? Like, what man?
Devin watches it. His girl.
And so you think this is crazy. This is not quality content that men want, and then to get on there and lecture about being a masculine man, what masculine man consumes that sort of stuff willingly? It's one thing to watch it. It's another thing to do a react video and talk about it.
It's contrived reality TV. It's not real.
Yeah.
And then trying to break it down. I mean, I said this has to be almost 2 years ago. I remember telling my brother Anthony Johnson, he lost me when he started watching The Bachelor and The Bachelorette. I'm sorry, but if you're going to break down a reality show, which we know reality shows aren't reality. I mean, it's contrived, it's scripted, and to break it down into real life is it's ridiculous. Who would spend the time to watch this?
Well, it's like I told a friend. So I started following Rolo on Twitter a couple years ago, and I told a friend, I was like, he's like a chick kind of, because he was always talking about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle and Justin Bieber and his girlfriend. He was tracking with all these celebrities in their dating life, and I was like, man, this is really strange. And so they might say, well, for research purposes, well, okay, there's some general principles there, but how does this apply to the modern man? I think you're just really into sort of drama and it's this girly stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy to watch a man talk about the dating lives of celebrities as part of their content. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know the rumor. They say they're not straight. Rolo, Donovan, definitely John Hogwood, Modern Life Dating. We have pictures of him with men sitting on his lap, in bed with what appears to be men. Same thing with Fresh and Fit, who never addressed those pictures. Two men at the same time in a bed, following a transvestite on Instagram, which he unfollowed after we exposed that. I've noticed that they don't let John Hogwood on their show anymore because he takes too many pictures of people's children while he's walking behind them, which, of course, we showed proof of that. And then he comes on video saying it was only at Disneyland. I can't wait for a concerned father to turn around and see that creep taking a picture of his 4-year-old daughter, which is what he's done openly. And I can't believe people haven't spoken out about this.
Michael Foster, you got 7 kids. Somebody
Yeah.
was taking pictures of your kids from behind. What would be your reaction?
Well, that phone would be mine, and we would have a talk. I could, guys are like, I'd beat his ass and all that, but I'm not going to jail. I have 7 kids, but the phone would be mine, and it would be a very uncomfortable time with him. I'd be like, we'd deal with it, but no, once when I was at a church, we had this guy that kept taking pictures of this little girl that was at the church and trying to play it off like it was normal. And we sat him down. We talked to him. Like, can't do this. You're going to delete these pictures right now in front of us. You didn't ask for permission. This is really strange what you're doing. And so, I'd take his phone from him. I don't think Batman's going to beat me up. I think I'll be all right.
Yeah. No, that's, and that's a very humane response. I mean, he's going to run into somebody that will not be as forgiving.
That hell out of him. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. And to think that he's posting those pictures on his folders, Tokyo Disney, Life in Japan. And, when I guess people brought that to my attention on email while I was streaming, because they knew that I was going to post it, that I had the courage to say, okay, yeah, I'll put it up. Let's talk about this. And, it's really sad that he is a teacher in Japan. That's the worst thing about it, to think that this monster, is over there and taunts people to come and get him, So we've been looking, I think over here at the FBI, we can report that he texted 3 children under the age of 10 here in New York to try to find out my identity. And I know the guy he texted. I spoke with the mother, and they're going through serious, back and forth stuff. And this guy preyed on that. I mean, this is a predator. There's a guy that comes on. He calls, he uses Hogwood's picture now. He calls himself Suspect to kind of mock Hogwood. And he worked for the police, and he said that he noticed every file that he looked through of PEDs had the same group of pictures like Hogwood, pictures from behind of the child when they were unknowing about it. And we just recorded again what he said on the last, I think it was about 3 or 4 streams ago. They sent me the timestamp where he goes, oh, Japan is so safe that you have kids that are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 walking home alone at 9 o'clock at night. I mean, this guy is just disgusting. And of course, Tony knows, he said it before. He's Rolo's little attack dog, his little attack chihuahua. I think Fresh and Fit are like, look, we can't have them on the show, even though they've got their own dirt. There was just a guy that I definitely don't agree with, but I commended him for finding the woman that Fit, who was Unplugged Fitness. We call him Butt Plug Fitness. He actually told the girl on text that she would have to have sex with him to get on the show. She came out and went on Kevin Wilder's show and talked about that. So imagine the girls that don't. speak out. So the rabbit hole goes pretty deep with these guys. Yeah, it really does.
Well, let me ask you guys, like,
Go ahead.
Who are their viewers? Like, how many people? I mean, are this many men just this jacked up? Are they young men? Are they middle-aged men? Like, who's watching this stuff, taking it seriously? When I watched Modern Life Dating, what I was amazed by his Batman video, I was like, hey man, the production values are pretty legit if we're gonna be honest, but how can you have such legit production value and have the gayest, weirdest, like, video I've ever seen in my entire life? I was like, what is this? Like, I mean, like, it's telling you how the guy sees himself. He's in this, like, he's kind of, he's not ripped or anything. He's kind of tubby, like, to be wearing black leather, I'm just, but he's wearing black leather, beating up George.
Yeah.
Like,
I have no idea why my brother was in there. I have no clue.
He's a bully.
Anthony Johnson, my brother. John Anthony. Is it John Anthony?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the dating guy.
And I don't know who else. I think it was 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't remember who the 4th one was in that.
He tried to say it was a picture of me, and then he taped up.
Okay, well, you're the 4th one then. There you go. Okay.
And the funniest thing was, he came to New York. I remember he used to come on the stream saying, fight me in New York. So my friend, who he doxed and contacted his children, waited. And he goes, please tell me where this guy's going to be. He goes, we will meet this guy. We'll be putting up posters of, they already put up posters of him with the word pedophile underneath it, his name and everything, because of what he did to their children. The kids were afraid. The mother was telling me. She actually said, look, you can record the phone call with me and air it on the show, because I told her about the situation. And we're trying to, I think we've been looking into the laws about, I think it's illegal to text a child that is a minor. So unless you're related to that child, if it's anything profane, then it will take it much further. But I think the texting alone, especially if it's anything insinuating some type of threat, can carry a $500 fine and a year in jail, which they're trying to get him put on a list. Of course, he's a coward that bullies people. He hid when he came to New York. We were waiting. Please say where you're going to speak. People will be there. He didn't. He ran back to Florida to his mother's house. Of course, demeanor all changed and quiet, and then flew back to Japan. And once he got to Japan, he was a tough guy again. It's sad that none of these guys have spoken out about this. It's like Tony was saying, and I think yourself, they stick together. It's like a group of liars that, I wonder about that, because CBP, the CBP channel, he made a video and he made a good point. He said, how would Rolo feel about these guys doing what they do to regular women and treating them that way? How would he feel if they did that to his daughter, Alexa? But of course, Rolo seems to not care. I'm actually sometimes at a loss for words when I think about this. Like, all these guys do is go around and try to dox people to scare them, but they don't realize that some men aren't scared. Some men can see through them. You can't intimidate some people, You
can't dox somebody that doesn't hide. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not trying to criticize you. Don't take that the wrong way. But one reason that I've always done by my own name is just because, like, yep, I said that. That's me, and it's a power position to have a lot of times.
I totally agree. Yeah,
everyone's got to make a decision based off, what your risk, what's at risk,
Mm-hmm. I can empathize with the guy that came on, Steve from accounting, who was one of his clients. He's a federal employee in Washington, D.C. And he said, look, he revealed information, his credit card and all of that to get the course. And when he came on the show, I haven't heard him speak out anywhere else. And there was another guy from Germany. He comes on this pandemic. He doxed him as well. He was part of their group. And certain guys that work certain jobs, I can understand it,
That was Steve from accounting, right?
Yes, exactly.
He actually came on my show Saturday night. Gene, you remember when he came on and talked about that? And then right after that, I was watching your show. He jumped on your show.
Wow.
Yep.
I spoke with him on email about 2 weeks ago, and I was a little bit harsh with him because my co-host is like very harsh sometimes. He's very real, but people can be,
I like Scribe a lot. He's you know what's funny is he reminds me, his voice reminds me of Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It's the I can't remember the guys. I remember he was the guy that was selling the tickets and that banged the other guy's girlfriend. I can't think of his name, but he reminds me of him. Damone from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. His voice for some reason reminds me of him. I don't know why. So if you look at Fast Times at Ridgemont High, that reminds me of Scribe.
He's got an excellent voice.
Yeah.
But yeah, Steve from accounting. I was trying to push him to start a channel, and I told him, I said, "Look, I'll promote your channel. I'll do what I can. I'll let you on to say your story." And I think they might still be intimidating him, so I understand. And I told him it was funny because he was on and Scribe and him got into a little thing, and I think he was a little bit intimidated. But I told him, "Look, if you come back, everything will be cool. There's no problem." I said, "Scribe interviews everybody like that. He's there kind of watching and seeing things that I might miss. I hope actually, Nutshots, he said his channel was hacked, and I hope he comes back. I tried to write him. I don't think I gave him a fair, I was the one that didn't let him on the show. Scribe was actually saying, look, let him on, but I didn't want them to ambush him. And, I wrote him. He hasn't wrote back. Hopefully he's listening or he hears this, but, we're not going to see eye to eye on everything, but, I really, the guy, I don't think he's a bad guy. Hopefully he, everybody's not going to get along, but I figure, that's what maturity is about, being able to say, look, I was wrong. I apologize. Maybe I was right. Maybe, I'm not seeing everything, but I look back.
Well, you know what? I like Marty. Okay. Marty's been on, Primal Man show here recently. But you guys made a really good point. Let me tell you, the point you made, when I was watching, I've fallen asleep many Saturday nights with my phone next to me in my bed, listening to you guys at night. But you made a point about Marty, and we noticed that too. I was kind of thrown in a group of a red pill guy. Like somebody had mentioned in the comments, he was cool with the red pill guys, and then he wasn't. But what me and Gene noticed, Gene, you can confirm this with me, is that Marty made this big like flip-flop, okay, into full black pill. And for me, it was almost like, is he doing it for validation? I noticed what a lot of people say is like, and I get it, when people enter a group, they say we, but he adopted that really, really quickly. We're doing this. We're crushing. Gene, what did he say on your channel the one night? Go ahead and spout it out.
I'll put it to you like this. I'm not talking about the man, just not doing it.
Yeah, but we're not talking bad about him. We're talking about truth here.
Go watch the video. It's called What is Love?
Yeah.
Ironically, the video is called What is Love? He actually put a clip of it on his show, right? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but go watch the video on my YouTube channel, Primal Man, called What is Love? He made an appearance. Him and CBP. CBP makes an appearance quite often, but yeah, Nutshots came in for a minute.
Again, I don't have any issue with him. I had reached out to him and asked him, and just normal conversation through text. Hey, Marty, what's going on? And he was like a girlfriend that broke up with me. I'm done with you, and you know, we're finished. Or Anthony Johnson had sent him some message on Instagram or something like that. And Anthony's a ball buster. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I still got a lot of love for Marty.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. I mean, I brought him on when you were on. I don't have any issue with him.
Yeah.
But I think that when people had said he made this big turn all of a sudden, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think that he is I really think that he's a hurt, injured guy that's looking for a space.
Yes,
is what I think.
Yeah, I hope he comes back. I mean, I was a little harsh, and when he first came on, funny enough, because Scribe was like, "Look, you need to do a timeline and find out when all these people pop up because there's been so many infiltrators." We saw it with, I mean, we treated Carolina, you know, very nicely, and she turned like a, you know, like a Doberman Pinscher or something. I mean,
yeah, she turned on me too.
Oh man, brutal.
She turned on me. In fact, it was funny because I was going to tell you that, you know, and I give everybody a second chance, but it's funny you say that because I know Marty had said on my channel one night, we were all talking. He had said that he was going to jump on your stream and stick up for Bulldog.
Yeah, he did. He jumped on, and this was the funniest thing. When Bulldog came on, that was, I think, his third or fourth time coming on, because every time he comes on, we end up roasting him. The first time, after about 2 hours, we threw him off. He came back the next time. We intensely roasted him. That's when I think Scribe called him a phantom incel. And he stayed on for 5 hours, but yet complained. And I said, well, you could have left.
Are you guys talking about John Somez?
Yes. John Somez.
Somez,
and he, you know, we didn't expose his wife and child. You know, I paid him that respect. Somebody else did that. He lied, didn't want to talk about being married, but, you know, I'm like, all right, you're friends with this guy that takes pictures of people's children. And then this last time, funny enough, when I told Carolina, look, I'm going to make this stream all men for the benefit of the men, you know, they feel more comfortable. She took it very well.
Let me interrupt you. I was glad you did that, because the reason I say that is because she, you know, and I'm not talking about people. I'm just telling the truth. What she does is she breaks up with people publicly. She put a comment in mine. I can no longer be a part of your channel, blah, blah, blah. She did that with my brother. She did that when she was into the whole Rolo crew, when they like banned her. But also the things that I've noticed is like her text messages with MLD were like, it was like, all right, if a woman doesn't want to talk to a guy, what does she do? She cuts him off immediately. She wasn't at that point, she made it sound like she was trying to infiltrate him, and she was actually flirting with him. That's the way I took it.
Yeah, no, she's like a groupie of the manosphere that nobody wants to sleep with. You know, she's just, you know, it's sad because she sent me 31 pictures on one email. And I was just like, oh my goodness. I mean, I don't know how many times she's heard me say, look, I don't date older women. I don't, you know, especially, I mean, she looks like she's got the Jay Leno jaw and all of that stuff going on. I'm not, I mean, she's, you know, nothing against her personally, but she, you know, it was just weird the way, after I told her, you know, she took it well. I said, look, I don't feel comfortable with you having a wrench. I think it diminishes the wrenches that the men have. She took that well. There was another girl, Bria, that popped up, disappeared, and now magically she popped up again just to hate. But 4 weeks after, it was the end of January. Okay, the first Saturday in February was back to the manosphere. And 3 weeks later, Bulldog jumps on, John Sonmez. Who magically jumps on with him on that stream? Doc MH, who's MH now because, you know, he's not a doctor, and Marty. And Marty defended Bulldog, and I threw him off and told him, look, don't jock ride him here. You know, you can do it somewhere else. I threw him off in about 30 seconds. Then I found out he was a cancer survivor. And I apologized. I said, look, man, I apologize, you know, if you want to come on the stream. And he turned out to be a really, really cool guy. He started his channel. it took off. You know, that was the weird thing. The way his channel took off, I said, this guy's got some unseen support. But, you know, I said, let me not look a gift horse in the mouth. And, you know, was happy. He supported, you know, after a few videos, you know, I said, hey, let me go check him out, support him. He had a female co-host. And, you know, I think he is, like you said, he's looking for friends. I remember that, okay, the man has went through a battle with cancer. You know, I mean, he, at heart, he seems like a nice guy, a good guy. And he did jump in quick, you know, and I would be the first to tell him, look, maybe I, you know, prejudged you too soon. Maybe okay, it does seem like, you know, I don't see how, you know, the email could be hacked and all of that stuff, but you could be telling the truth. And, you know,
you guys noticed the same thing I did. That was before the stream, because I had mentioned to Primal Man too that, and me and Gonzo and Primal Man, we had some, I think it was some links to his videos. Then when you click on them, it says this video is private. And you guys made a great point that video is private means the channel is still there. So there are a lot of things that are suspect. Again, I'm just bringing up a timeline, my timeline.
And I should have given him a platform to speak about it. I mean, I just didn't want Scribe to just go nuts on him, you know, and, you know, Scribe is internet security. So he knows that, you know, the last time Google was hacked was in 2016, and that was for celebrities' IG accounts. So is he a celebrity? I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but yeah, I should have gave him more of a chance. I just didn't want him to come on a stream and, you know, with the thing going on with Carolina already, I had a feeling that she was going to fake a suicide attempt to try to bring the channel down and then pop up a year later. Because another girl did that in a different part of the manosphere to a guy. So I said, you know, I don't know either of these people that well, and they're trying to do anything. I mean, Hogwood and Rolo were sending infiltrators that we had to throw out many times. And even people on our own side in the Black Pill sphere, Shiva and Boom Boom and Goman and other guys that Raymond ended up being just very, very deceitful people. That, funny enough, Goman went over to Hogwood's side. I couldn't believe it, you know. So of course I had to look at it. I took Marty, you know, and say, look, okay, he's cool. Hopefully we can repair it. I hope he comes back to the manosphere. I think, you know, the last he said on email, he's walking away. I asked him today, are you going to stream today, or are you just walking away for good? He hasn't answered me.
Well, if he's watching, he's welcome to come on. I mean, you know, I have no issues with Marty, and I had told you in private, and I'll bring this public, that you know, he had sent me this message, but I also said that I watched a stream where you guys were talking, and you had mentioned that this is what men do. They talk about the issues. You call that guy on the phone, and you know what? That's what I did, and he didn't respond. And it's like, bro, you know, I even like have messaged like, bro, what's up? Like, you know, what's going on? Because I didn't know anything. Boy, we got a lot of trolls now, man. I keep blocking them here.
Yeah, they actually, the funniest thing is that guy Dippin that they're saying was not around. He's actually been proven to be alive. One of the mods on my channel spoke with him. So, and this is what also led me to wonder if Carolina was going to fake that attempt. And because you think about it, say Marty comes on, or somebody just chastises her, you know, just even with her not being there, saying, okay, this, you know, this bitch is, you know, nuts, and she's talking all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And which she is, you know, it's just, it's horrible. Doxing people, you know, she sent somebody one of the guy's pictures. Actually, she sent it to Luigi, and we were telling her, other people were saying, look, that account, Marco, is Luigi. We saw the videos he had up. Oh, prove it to me, this and that. So guys show me the screenshots. She still sent them the pictures, which weren't the proper pictures. A guy gave her fake pictures, he catfished her. And, you know, I didn't want her to, I just had a feeling, because she's nuts enough to say, oh my goodness, they drove me to this, write a letter and fake that the way Dippin faked it, because Dippin was saying he was going to try to bring the channel down, all because I took his wrench, because he was banning people for no reason. I said, look, you can't ban people just because you disagree with them. If they spam something or if they put some hate in the chat, okay, you ban them. But you know, you got to be, you know, you can't just do that. And he got very, very angry. And he already betrayed me before for Hogwood, and I forgave him. So we were cool at first. Then he betrayed me, and then he apologized, and I took him back. Same thing with Luigi. And then I said, you know, I can't, no more, you know. So I was being a little more firm with people. And maybe I was a little too firm with Marty. I mean, I hope.
I mean, Dippin came on a stream one night for sure. Again, I have no ill feelings toward Marty. If I didn't, I wouldn't have brought him on that night. I'm more concerned about him than anything. That's my concern. Is like, I think what happens is when an injured guy, hurt guy, and Marty, if you're watching this in the future, saying somebody is hurt or injured is not a knock on you, because I think everybody's been there, you know. So it's not like people are busting your balls or anything, but people are concerned about you. I can see in the chat, you know, even Jared Mesa says it hurts that he left. So we don't know. Is this another troll here? Facts. Tony asked.
Yeah, Bria's actually the girl. Bria, how is your husband? Because we used to come on and say he was at work. I don't know if this is actually the real Bria, but it's definitely a troll. If you know, maybe she won't say something. But you know, Jay Tahoe. You know, see, this is the thing. Jay Tahoe was talking a lot of stuff, and Bria, you can just ask me. You can actually act like a woman, because if this is the real Bria, I have the emails you sent me of, you know, the guy that you said was threatening you, that went with the single mother, that left you for the single mother, and you were afraid he was going to do something to you, and that if you disappeared, to, you know, to look for you. But I realized that you're just some nutcase bitch, you know, that came on our stream during the day when your husband was at work, and you know, and I opened my hand to you, you know, and you know. And then you turn around and you stab me in the back for this nutcase Jay Leno looking chick in Brazil, Carolina, you know, or Cuntalina, or Carolina, or whatever we call her now. You know, and that's really something, Bree, because I opened my heart to you to help you. And I still have your email when you said I was the guy that you wish was your older brother or your father, a man like myself. And when I went to write you back, of course, you closed your email. So there's something very suspect about you, Bria.
Well,
and believe me, I still have the streams saved. They're not live. So who knows? It's a small world. Maybe your husband will hear you saying that, hey, my husband's at work, and I came on there. And I never lied to anybody about my identity, Bria. My name has been MGTOW Dictionary. If I would have came on here saying I was Donovan Sharp and you found out I was Eddie Hopkins, that's a lie. I never told anybody my name. So how could I have lied to you? And this Saturday, I will show people some pictures. Not saying it might be me. I'm saying it could be me. But I want you to understand this. I don't owe you anything. You know, your husband and your father owe you that. You owe your child something too. So I can only wish you well. But yeah, of course, who cares? You do, because you're here right now. You see what I'm saying? You do, Bria. You do. And I have your emails. Maybe before I transition into the knowledge channel, I will read those emails off, you know, so we can have some closure there. Because, I mean, you were really getting kind of close with sending me those emails of pictures of the guy. And, you know, well, you never said, yeah, okay. So then why are you saying I lied to you then? Right? Exactly. You know who's the liar? You, to your husband, because you didn't tell your husband you were going on stream like a groupie around a group of men during the day when he was at work. And me as a man, I need to tell you that. I need to be man enough to say it in a nice way. What did you trust me for, Bria? You know who you need to trust? You need to trust your husband. And you need to understand that, you know, he should know the truth. He should. You're on the air saying that he's at work, that I can only stay on so long. That's when we streamed in the daytime with Zoom. Remember?
Do you think, MD, I think one of the issues is that people reach out for help, like her or whoever. And then when they get the truth, they backbite you. That seems to be an issue in the manosphere and a lot of streams. People backbite people. They ask for something, and then when they get it, they don't know how to handle it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what, too? A lot of these women that come in the manosphere, they're unsatisfied with the man they're with. Why would they even be here? You know, sometimes I wonder, they're tired of men capitulating to them or just kneeling and simping, and they want a man, they want a challenge. But just like Carolina, the groupie that nobody wanted to sleep with, she got mad because guys didn't want her. You know, I mean, she tried to everywhere. Same thing with Bria. Nobody cares. We've seen Bria's picture, you know, and then she runs over to the other side, which is, I mean, how low can you go? How low can you go? I mean, that's like, I mean, the guy's taking pictures of people's children. Bria, you have children. What would you do if he was taking a picture of your children? If anybody should be talking about that, it's you. It's people with children. You know, why is it the guy with no children has to speak out about this, you know? And, you know, I still wish her well, you know, but I see her over on Carolino's stream and all these other comments, you know, oh, this and that. Other guys even say it. I say, man, what did I lie to you about? Now, if I would have said I was this name and I'm not that name, okay, that's a lie. But I never said that. I made an app. I mean, how much more of a weird name can MGTOW dictionary be? You know, I mean, you know, it took off and I said, okay, just call me MD, you know, no problem. And I will come out on camera. I don't have a problem with that. I will come out. But when I come out, I decide when I come out. Not you, Bria, not Carolina, not John Hogwood, not Rollo Tomasi. So that's what a man, that's called being a man. I know you're not used to seeing that, and I know you want to diminish that in the world, but you need to go home and serve your husband. You know, I don't know, 11 at night here in New York. I don't know if you're in New York City as well. I know you said you were from the Bronx. I'm from Brooklyn. You know, we do know that. You know, go, I don't know, watch your child, hug your husband, make love to him. But, you know.
Michael Foster, are you still with us?
I am.
I'm curious on, you know, what is your opinion of women that jump into these spaces? Like, we have a situation here where she's married and there's some issues. How should a man handle that when he finds it out? And what is your opinion of women that enter this space as kind of like groupies? I think women enter this space because they want to be educated on a men's discussion, which is cool. I love that. So, but what is your opinion of the manosphere groupies?
So, you know, I don't have the level of experience you guys have with this, you know, so let me just put that as a qualifier. My observation from the experience I do have is that the women that get into this space tend to be pretty damaged, tend to have gone through some pretty rough relationships. I think what MD was saying about them looking for a masculine man is true. But they do tend to be kind of middle of the road women in terms of their accomplishments and beauty and things like that. Often out of some real bad long-term relationship or in the middle of a marriage that seems like it's not the happiest. So they're coming here they think if they take the position of an advocate, of an ally, that they'll get the male attention that they seek. They're seeking male validation. So much of the manosphere is it really reflects, I think, broken homes. When you've had a good dad, a lot of the stuff that is the core of the manosphere, like the good educational instruction, things that we're trying to tell them. If you had a good masculine dad, much of that stuff you already have. You don't need to learn it here. No one needs to teach you. But also just having the approval of a dad goes a long way. A dad that says, hey, I'm proud of you. I like who you are, what you do, you know, that gives you a sort of confidence in life. Women need that too. They need to know that they're beautiful. They need a dad that teaches them to have decent standards. self-respect. And so I think the sort of epidemic of fatherlessness, it creates these spaces where there's people that are trying to help each other, like sincerely try to help navigate the broken, whatever you want to call it, relationship marketplace, family law, all these things where there's this wreckage. So they create these spaces to help each other, but there's a lot of like kind of traumatized, messed up people coming into it, really just hungry for approval. And I think that's what really drives a lot of the kind of, there's a lot of people that just live to get the heart from Rolo on Twitter or whatever. It seems like these Rolo bots that really, it means a lot to them. And I interpret that as people looking for the approval of a father, a male mentor. So I think these women are kind of similar, but it's coming from a feminine perspective. So they want to feel beautiful. They want to feel valued. They want to be a helper, right? Women want to help. And that's God's design for women, to come alongside of a worthy man and help him. So I think that's what's going on here. I think any man that meets a woman in a male space should be really concerned about her as a prospect, as a serious relationship prospect. What's she doing there, in a masculine space? Women shouldn't be in masculine spaces. It totally changes the nature of them. Men immediately compete for her attention. Some men start to moderate and modulate how they talk in a way that they wouldn't around other men. It changes the entire dynamic. And part of the problem in our society is that there's no male spaces left due to workplace integration. So I would not trust these women at all, or at least I would. There would be an asterisk by their name. Maybe it's a better way. I don't want to overstate my case here. I will tell you, as a pastor, you'll notice a lot of really fat, ugly pastors commit adultery with pretty women. And the reason that happens is because pastors have a place of authority and a place of prestige in a social group. And so there is such thing. Hypergamy isn't the ordering principle of the universe, like people would have you believe, but it is a real thing. And so I'm very careful in how I navigate my relationships with people of the opposite sex, with women, because they want to be with someone that has some sort of social cachet and some social standing. And no matter how you look, it does play. It does give pastors a powerful role. So I'm very careful in how I manage those relationships. Don't let them close. When I email women, I copy another pastor or my wife to it. I'm keeping my marriage, I'm keeping it happy. I'm not going to let any of these people get in there, because every man can have a weak moment, and that weak moment can cost you your entire life, right? And there's these women will come into churches. These wicked women, these loose women will come in churches to destroy, be home wreckers. They're a real thing. Hard for a lot of pastors to say it, but the concept of a home wrecker was a pretty prevalent concept until just a couple decades ago, when people were willing to admit. And so I think there's women that are kind of full home wreckers that are coming into these spaces. And I just think I think it'd be better for them to be passive spectators than active participants, would be my opinion. That would be my take. I'd love to hear what MGTOW, MD has to say about that. As this is, you guys are clearly more aware of people than I am, and deeper into this.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, I do believe that they, in a way, are home wreckers. I heard that, the lady that turned on us was, she went through some stuff with the man, and, that was over. And, next thing you know, she's saying she's with, has her eyes on a married man, so, and I don't want to put her on blast too much, but yeah, it's very suspicious when you see them around a group of guys. It makes you wonder. I kind of very much agree with what you're saying. They look for that man with a position of authority. And the man with the position of authority does, yeah, he has to conduct himself in order because, you know, that is a temptation there. Yeah, these girls, it's crazy. I mean, I've had a few women come on the stream. The one woman who I noticed, she was very respectful. I thought she would come on for 2 hours and then leave, and then we could just go back to being guys, you know, doing our thing. She stayed on for the whole 4 hours. Joy Isabel, a 20-year-old virgin at the time. I think she's about 21 or 22. She was with her boyfriend. I still have respect for her. Hopefully she's still a virgin. I think, you know, they broke up, and she came a few times late night because those were the days when we had 7-8 hour streams, and it would be 3 in the morning, which was 12 in the morning by her. I mean, 12 a.m. in California. And, you know, guys did wonder, hey, what are you doing here? You know, this is a group of guys at 3 a.m. on the East Coast. You know, and I told her, hey, Joy, jump on the panel if you want. So she jumped on 2 times impromptu, but she did come on one as a scheduled guest in Predatory PUAs. One of the guys that helps me with the channel, he goes, hey, you should try to reach out to Joy Isabel and get her on, because Donovan Sharp made a video saying that he withheld sex from his wife, you know, which he used to call his girlfriend, for gaining 5 pounds. Joy Isabel heard that, made a video, and it went, you know, a little viral, 10, maybe 15,000 views. And, you know, they started to roast this girl. So I said, hey, you know what? I wrote her. You want to come on? We'll do an interview. We'll talk about it. She was like, sure. Came on about a week and a half later. This is when I used to do daytime streams as well. And she actually seems cool. I told her, your virginity is all you have. Look at these girls that are 28 and 30 with a body count of 5 to 10 to 20 men saying there's no good men. I said, once you're touched, I said, I'm not saying that it's over or whatever, but that's all you have right now. Look at that thing as it's, you know, that is your prized possession, really. You know, you're going to be changed. And if you compare her to the other women like Bria, Carolina, a few other women that have came on, one lady came on with Carolina the last Wednesday, and then immediately turned on us, found out she was a single mother, all of this stuff. I have nothing bad to say about her. She was honest about, you know, the looks and height and all of that about men. But again, she turned, even though we treated her with kindness. They are, I think it's called the manosphere now for a reason. And I admitted, after having Caroline on for 10 streams almost, I think it was about 10 freaking streams since November to the end of January, I said, look, a man can admit when he makes a mistake. And I made a mistake, and it's going to be back to the manosphere February 1st, Saturday. She took it well, whether, you know, probably chameleon. Bria as well. Bria used to be a wrench, and I gave it to her not for the right reason. I gave it to her so the guys, so she wouldn't get bullied, and that was the wrong reason. Same thing with Carolina. And as a man, I can learn from my mistakes. But they, I would say that they really, some people might look at it as harsh. I would say it's called a manosphere because it's for men. It's sort of like saying, okay, if you have a place for women, I'm not going to want to go into that place. You know, you need your place. We have our place. You can call it whatever, the tree house or something like that. And then there's a place for us to mingle. Really, the women usually have more dominated places like that. Not always, but if you look at a house, not all men, but when the typical couple gets married, the woman and the children, the dog or whatever, inhabit the house. The man is regulated to the basement, the attic, the garage, or the shed or something. You know, the main house is more, you know, and I'm saying this is like the modern type. The old type, the man will be the king of his castle. But we see this. We see the man having to live on the outskirts. And I think the reflection of young boys, you know, building the treehouse with no girls allowed is them saying, hey, we need our space. Because women mature faster than men usually. I mean, a woman that's 20 and a man that's 20, the woman's just going to be, in a way, psychologically ahead. She's going to understand things more. This is why I think that it makes sense for a man to marry a woman that's younger than him. That's not always the case, but yeah, these women in the manosphere, something is, I guess the term is called something is rotten in Denmark, you know, like the phrase or whatever, but something is very suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have occasionally on Gene's channel, we have Peg, we have a couple other people that come into that, and they're very respectful, very respectful, and their input is they're different because they're not how do I put this? They're not looking for validation. They're just talking. They're just talking, and they're enjoying hearing what men have to say.
Yeah.
There's a big difference there. Now, you know, Primal Man, we had Caroline on the stream one night, remember? I think we were all playing guitar and just having a good old time. And then I know I had Bulldog on there one night, and I kind of called bullshit on her on that. If a good-looking guy she was attracted to, talked to her, that she said, "Oh, I wouldn't say anything to him." And I said, "Well, no. If you were attracted to him, of course you would." And so I kind of called bullshit on her, and that's when she's like, "I can no longer, you know, whatever." She broke up with me. Let's just put it that way, you know. But you know, again, she's broke up with Rolo, the Rolosphere, my brother. You guys, and I saw it coming with you guys with MGTOW Dictionary. I saw that coming way back. You were just on the list, and now I wonder what space now is she going to where she can be accepted. I think it's good that women understand and listen to us talk. And I don't want to say a woman's voice is important, because it is important. It's important to hear the perspective of a woman. I think that's great. I have no issue with that. But what happens is when you
the type of women a channel attracts is the type of man on behind the camera.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Yeah. No, that's good. So it's like, what do you know? So when you get the truth now and hearing what men are talking about, and you don't agree with it, what do? You just leave that space, but you leave like a scorned woman. Like it's the victim card that you're throwing out there. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a young girl reach out to me. I guess she's young. She wasn't old. She reached out to me before last Monday night show, and she says, "Are women allowed to watch?" I said, "Almost half the viewers on my little channel are women." And she's like, "Cool, I'll watch." She didn't make any comments. She stayed quiet. She just watched it, and then later messaged me and said, "Hey, I enjoyed the show. Thank you." I said, "Cool, I'm glad you enjoyed it."
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. So, but yeah. I think women come in here, they come into this space and they want to learn, and that's really cool.
Yeah, some do. Yeah.
I don't consider myself an expert on anything. I consider myself a host and a moderator. I consider Primal Man, MD, Michael Foster, Emmanuel Goodson, you guys are my experts tonight. Okay? You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to just bring out the best I can with all you guys and get your guys' point of view versus, like I said, I don't give advice. I give support. That's all I can do. Somebody in Michael Foster's position, I would expect him to give advice to people. That's what he does. MD, you wrote a book on 48 Laws of Dating. You wrote another book about the black pill. You can give advice because you've done the work to give advice. Myself, I'm just bringing out what I can bring out to talk about, to open up the lines of communication and give guys support. And that's all I can do. I don't give advice. I do say to anybody that you can hold me accountable on this channel. If there's something I said or something I've done, hold me accountable for it, and that's cool. And I'll discuss it, but we have to discuss it like men. you know, and not like women. So the
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean,
let me bring Hold the Truth on. You know him, MD?
yeah, he's been on my stream.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's the real one.
Yeah, he's got a camera. I recognize him.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, definitely.
There's also somebody back there called I Killed Dippin'.
No, that's a troll. Definitely, probably Luigi.
You about to say all black people look the same, man.
I mean, it's yeah, Anthony Velasquez. I understand. Okay, never trust an avatar with a fake name. Hey, that's your opinion, and you know, opinions are like assholes. We all got them, and they all stink. But to answer your previous question, why the 48 Laws avatar and not a government name? Well, it used to be MGTOW dictionary with the MGTOW symbol, but so many despicable people would use that symbol. I didn't want to be associated with it. The algorithm, of course, has the MGTOW dictionary, so I haven't changed the channel's name because of that. 48 Laws of Dating was the first book that I wrote, so therefore it was fitting to put that as my avatar. I'll say this to you respectfully. You don't deserve to know until I'm ready to tell you my government name. I don't know you. So you have to get to know me really, you know, and show me that you're really worthy. It's not saying that you're not worthy. Okay. So, you know, just answering your question and, you know,
Anthony's one of my mods. He just doesn't like anybody with an avatar.
no, I totally understand.
He jumped on. Now Anthony's funny. He's a good guy. I get what he's saying. He did the same thing with DDJ, Miss Andrew today, and I like Anthony. So if he's busting your balls, that's what Anthony does.
Oh, okay.
That's what he does.
That's what he does.
He's
Yeah,
fun.
I mean, seems like a cool guy. I mean,
Yeah, he is.
in time, I mean, I'm transitioning to just a knowledge-based channel to where we talk about metaphysical stuff. And, you know, I've talked about it on the channel back from December. I noticed when we started a couple of months in last summer, the conversation would always go back to human origins and, you know, studying science and religion as well. I knew a lot about the subject. Meeting a lot of authors of like forbidden archaeology from Michael Cremo, who was the other one? John Anthony West, who wrote, you know, books about Egypt. I started to see that, okay, the manosphere, there's only so much you can talk about with dating relationships. And thank you, Jared. Yeah, a lot of guys have told me that. What's up, Anthony? What's up, bro? Definitely. You know, I'm so glad when guys write me and say, man, I wish I had the 48 Laws of Dating in my 20s. It would have saved me a lot of time and money. Dippin spent $2,000 and then believed what they told him and spent another 70,000 euros over the year and a half in nightclubs. So it would have saved him $72,000, not to mention $150,000 on prostitutes he said he spent as well over a 10-year period. Super Saiyan 3, man. It's always good to see this guy. Cool, very cool dude. And also Alexio and Joe Flo and you guys, man. But yeah, I mean, Anthony, I can understand that. You do have to be very skeptical and yeah, you know, no offense taken, you know. I mean, just I figured I'd explain it to you. Yeah, I mean, that's just, you know, I figure in time, you know, if I had an interview on CNN, I would go right away. I'd put on a suit, I'd sit there, interview him, talk to him about the good and the bad and the ugly in the manosphere. So that's to show you just how much of a stand-up man I am. To say, hey, if they interview me here in New York City, I'd be more than happy. The way what Big John MGTOW or something he went on, but they clipped out certain parts of his interview. I think they'd really like to hear what I have to say, especially calling out rape advocators like Michael Slauson, suspected pedos like John Hogwood, supporters of suspected pedos like Donovan Sharp, Rollo Tomasi, Troy Francis, Ryan Stone. every one of these guys that support him and don't speak out about that, I think they'd really want to hear what I'd have to say. So, and I wouldn't have a problem with just sitting there on camera. And this Saturday, I will, address some of the stuff that people are talking about. I don't have a problem, with that. I think they have a problem with it because so many guys told me, "Oh, we're gonna, come to New York." I'm like, "Well, tell me when." It's like I've never threatened anybody on the internet, but I will defend myself if I have to. I'm a military veteran since I was a teenager. A lot of these guys never did anything ever, and hey, that's okay if that's what they want to do. I did. I was out of the military in my early 20s with years served. So many years served. And I don't have to wear that on my shoulder. If I really were to come out, and I think it was Base Pluto even said it, he goes, it would look like you're bragging. And there wouldn't be a connection with me and these other men because they'd look at me as a normie or somebody that didn't have to go through some of the stuff that they've been through. So yeah, maybe soon. It depends, but
this is great because the topic of tonight was why do lies travel faster than the truth? And all this is relevant because what's happening in the manosphere, there's a purge right now. Okay, there's a purge, and people believe the lies rather than the truth, and that's the part that really bothers me about this, about the whole men's community. When you're trying to make men better and you're bringing them down. And it's not always about, again, I have nothing against somebody. If somebody is truly helping a guy and needs some help and they're, and they're paying somebody, but you're getting legitimate help. I'm okay with that. And that might go against what MD says or something like that. But I think there are some guys out there that are legitimately helping men. But I think it's become, since I've been in this space, I've watched it turn into a shithole, to a cesspool, to like flushing the toilet and shit just running down the drain. I've seen it turn into an absolute mess, a shit show. To me, I think it was Michael Foster that said earlier that, yeah, a lot of these guys came into this space as small content creators and they legitimately had a good message, but the message always seemed to be tailored now to making money. It's not about the message. And I'm about congruency with the way you're living your lifestyle unto what you're presenting to people. And that's real important to me. Like I talked earlier about manosphere liars, somebody had said, well, can't they just be an actor? They're just actors. And I'm like, no, they can't be an actor in this space. We don't need LARPers. We don't need actors. We need guys that are genuine about helping somebody. Let me ask you a question. If some of these bigger channels, whether it be Donovan Sharp or whatever, can't stream on YouTube or whoever, would they still take the time to meet with guys local? In other words, let's say they got to get a regular job. Would they still take the time to meet guys locally and try to help them? I don't think so.
No,
I think the message has changed to all about the dollars. Yeah. And that's the part that, that kind of bothers me. We, as men here, for me, it's support. Again, like I said, you guys are all my experts on the panel tonight. It's about support. All I can give is, I've had so many messages on Instagram and Twitter with guys just reaching out to me for, just to say, hey man, I appreciate your message. I had one guy say he got an older woman pregnant, and like, what do you do? What do I do? I'm like, you own it. There's my advice. You have a kid. Mm-hmm. Be happy you have a kid now. I mean, that's my advice, Yeah. But that to me wasn't advice, that was support, Mm-hmm. So yeah. What do you say to a guy that says something like that?
I don't know. Part of being a man, yeah. Responsibility, maturity.
Yeah.
Part of being a man.
Anthony Johnson, if you want to jump on, I see you're in the chat. You can totally megafy this stream right now. So if you want to jump on,
that'd be great. Yeah, definitely, man.
Hold the truth. Hold the truth hostage, man. You've been quiet. Welcome, man.
Well, no, you know, I'm polite, man. I wait for my turn. I don't
That's
like
all right.
to
Well, it's your turn now, brother. Go ahead
disrespect
and
those.
yeah, give me some truth.
Well, I'll say this, man, and it goes back to the Carolina thing. Is a lot of guys don't understand that the manosphere is one of the first male spaces since, you know, since women weren't allowed in the bar. You know, so what's happening is this amount of space. When it all started, everyone was MGTOW, whatever, because no one knew how it was like to be part of a male only group and we weren't playing video games, you know, and what's happening now with, you know, Donovan and all that, I don't think it's a cesspool. What's happening is everyone's exposing the lane there, you know, so you got some guys still MGTOW here, some guys incels here. Everybody's dividing into the lanes they belong to. But the problem that's going on is, you know, you got guys like MD and the black pill guys and some other guys that are still about, you know, let's focus on the truth first versus let's profit. And what's going on is the other guys in the manosphere space are seeing this as a threat to their income. They're looking at the men that need help as prey. Because let's be honest, we're all men here and we size up each other and we sometimes naturally just will feed off of each other's weakness. And that's what's going on in the manosphere right now. Is there's not that it's a trash fire, it's that there's a great divide where everyone's splitting up because now it's fully established. You know, this isn't the Sandman and I forget his name, but this ain't the Sandman days where there was only like 3 content creators. Now everybody's normalized the manosphere, and what's going on with the attacks on MD, you know, Anthony Johnson, you, Bruno, and other guys is that they're all divided into their own factions. You're either in this faction or that faction. And if you don't fit our agenda, you're the enemy, man. It's literally just we're all in separate factions. Some are based on the truth and others are, you know, it's a profit first and just feed off of men's depression, you know, and that's the way I look at it.
Well, this space has been infiltrated by money grabbers. I think their intentions, some of them might have been genuine at the beginning, you know, but I think it's been infiltrated. And it kind of sucks because a guy who's hurt and injured really, really needs some help. They need some support. And I think it was Coach Greg who said, you know, when a guy reaches out to you, it's a big deal. It's a very big deal because as men, we don't want to reach out to somebody. And I think if we get the message out that you're not being weak when you reach out to somebody, you know, I mean, my brother's best friend shot himself in the chest at the end of the year, this past year, just bought a gun and shot himself right in the heart. I mean, what could that guy have been going through to do that? But as a man, he felt weak, I think, not being able to reach out to somebody.
Yeah. We are taught when men have pain, it's like an unspoken thing to say that they can't speak out about it. It's they're supposed to stay quiet. It's really sad because we see this. I mean, I didn't know. One day I was at the Veterans Hospital years ago, and I was talking with some guys that, you know, had Agent Orange problems. And I didn't know that every day 22 vets kill themselves. I talk with a lot of guys from Vietnam and stuff, older veterans. Yeah, I mean, Incel TV said it best. They prey upon the misery of men, you know, the PUAs and the dating coaches and the real social dynamics and the this coach and that coach, you know, the gurus. They always transform and shapeshift into something else. And the saddest thing all right, you know, and this is just stating the obvious. If a woman cannot pay child support, she gets government help. If a man cannot pay child support, he goes to jail. You know, you see this double standard. I just saw something where a guy was accused of something by a woman, and he had to prove his innocence. And they found out that what she said was a lie, but they hid her identity but revealed his identity. So there is a double standard. And like Tony was saying, men will come to the point where they feel like they can't reach out, and that's not good. You know, that's really not good. I mean, you look at the you know, these situations where men just go postal, and you wonder, why did they go postal? You know, we live in a state of sexual inflation that I've never seen before, and it's getting worse. It's really getting worse. The internet is producing a certain type of sickness of the mind. There's certain psychologists and doctors that are speaking on this, showing how people, I mean, just look at people with their phones. Sometimes they can't look up from their phone. So many people have died from texting and driving. More than that, they've also died from walking across the street while they're looking at their phone, while they're texting. You know, this is some serious stuff to address. And I think as a person who's, you know, in the middle of the spectrum in my 40s, that I owe it to the younger generation, you know, to say, hey, this is probably the best thing I can leave for you, you know, to just impart a little bit of knowledge and let you, you know, try to show you, okay, what's the difference between being smart and wise? A smart man learns from his mistake. A wise man learns from the mistake of others. You know, wisdom and, you know, intelligence, knowledge, the difference between it. Knowledge is a tomato's a fruit. Wisdom is to know not to put it in a fruit salad. You know, there's just basic stuff. You know?
That's a good one. I like that one. That's a good.
What I noticed in the manosphere, at least from certain sectors, is you'll hear this refrain over and over again. Oh, you know how many people we stop from killing themselves, right? Over and over again. How many suicides we prevent. And that comes from some people that are kind of annoying. But here's the reality is it's probably true. Because guys don't need a lot when it comes to encouragement, right? A little encouragement goes a long way with guys. You know, like, for example, you know, if you've ever been an athlete and been involved in sports, a good coach is like 90% challenge and maybe 10% encouragement, right? He pushes you hard. When you finally get an encouragement, you earned it, and it's really good. So I think a little guy knowing that their experience is not as crazy as they imagine it. That the courts are messed up. Yes, this is a problem with women. Yeah, you did get divorced, rape, or whatever. Like, just having someone telling them that their experience is not abnormal and helping them know that their anger is justified, I think does keep them from losing it, you know, from zeroing themselves out. But what sort of sicko uses that as a way to? You guys remember, like, the Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner? He saves Morgan Freeman's character's life at the beginning. Now Morgan Freeman owes him till he dies. These guys act like that. Like, these guys owe them something. When you help somebody, at least this is how it works in the ministry, if not a charlatan. If I get to be there when children die, when marriage falls apart, I'm at deathbeds all the time. That's just a part of my life. And it's a great privilege. And you get to help people in a big way. The way they pay me back's simple. Go live for God, be excellent. Right? That's all I want. All I want is like, hey, now that you're like good, you're doing well, I don't want any of their money, I want their stuff, any of that. Right? Like, what I want is them to be a strong man. I want them to leave their home. I want them to build. That's all I'm looking for. Because that's what, if I fill the world with more men like that, make a big difference. And that's what I'm trying to do. It'll be a better world for my wife, for my daughters, for my sons. You know, it's a privilege to get to be with those men at that moment. But I think something I see is an attitude is it's kind of like, hey, I helped you, now you owe me. And it's just it's not brotherhood. That's whoredom. That's prostitution. That's slavery. and that's not what the manosphere should be. You know, that's anyway. I was thinking about that.
You said the same thing Ivan had said about 3 weeks ago, Ivan Throne on the stream, that when he brings guys into his group, the reason he brings them to his group, and they all, like, he's in Costa Rica right now, and the guys come there and they learn about business. They learn about a lot of things. The best compliment for him is when they leave. Like, go conquer the world. You've learned what you've learned here. Now it's time to move on. But it seems like a lot of these places want to keep you in that loop. They don't want you out, because when you're out and you're not saying she's never yours, it's just your turn, cock carousel, blah, blah, blah in the chat on the live streams, well, you lost another viewer. So if you're angry all the time, you're going to keep coming back to that anger. So guys got to stop. You got to learn, Rollo obviously got very perturbed by the stream I did with MD about, I think it's been about 3 weeks, a month. I'm not sure how long it's been, but, blasting me all over his Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube community, and not actually, go ahead and at me, go ahead and tag me in those posts, tag me, just like I tagged him, where I said, hey, why don't you guys have a debate? No ad homs, you and MD come together. I'll moderate, do it on another channel. I don't care. But I think it's time to talk it out as men. But there's a reason why he didn't at me in those posts, because what would happen is guys would come over and hear the stream with MD. Okay. And guess what would happen? They would be awakened to realize what's going on. That's the problem. Okay. So that, to me, that's, I brought that up on my stream about passive aggressive behavior. To me, that was passive aggressive behavior. And that's in the biggest way. That's as passive aggressive as you could be. So, Rollo, if you're listening, step up like a man. I think it's time for a nice debate with MD. I think it would solidify, if you're that good of a debater. I heard the stream one day you're going to hear this one, MD. You're going to have to hear it one day, where Rollo's screaming at this woman on Pat. What's his name? What's Pat's name from Tulsa, Oklahoma? Michael Foster.
He's a big, strong guy. Pat Campbell.
Yeah, Pat Campbell. Yeah, that stream with Rollo is unbelievable. He's screaming at this woman, listen, listen, listen. And Pat actually had to cut him off, like cut off his audio. So he's not good at debating, because what happens is if the stream, I think it was Cooper's stream with Shawn Smith and Rollo, he actually destroyed Rollo on that stream, destroyed him. And of course, Rollo blocked him. He's wrong, this, whatever. So, if you can't have these debates and these conversations, it just proves to me that you're not legitimate. If you can't come out and go head to head with somebody, you're not legit. You're just not legit. You said you would do it, MD, any day of the week. Any day of the week.
Yep, definitely, man.
Waiting
for him. Rollo, he's very much of a coward, because when Face and LMS went to speak with him, they had Hogwood and all these other guys there, and they treated him very unfairly, threw him off the stream. And when Hogwood came on my stream, I did the same to him, so he could see how it felt, to get thrown off a person's stream. Yeah, they treated Face and LMS very unfairly. So Rollo was afraid, and Face had said, hey, that the point I'm bringing is right. When you look at Rollo, I've been noticing, he wears the bandana all the time. He's afraid of how he really looks. It looks like he's got a weave coming out the bottom of his cap, or whatever you want to call that thing. And again, I'll openly say it. I don't think he's straight. The guy, he's hanging around with just too much suspect stuff,
Yeah, I think those kind of streams are necessary. I really do. You know, I would moderate that in a second. You know, I'd moderate it just like a presidential debate. You know, one person can talk for you know, you got 60 seconds to respond, or 1 minute, you know, minute and a half to respond, and then we move on to the next subject.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be interesting. I think it would mind.
Got a bolt, guys. Good show. Nice meeting you, MD. Take care, y'all.
Thank you.
All right.
Here.
Thanks,
All right,
Mike.
brother.
Bye. Yep.
Pleasure
Word.
meeting you. I presented evidence that showed if you have an account for Google for websites, you can go and bid on words. So if you have a website, you can say, hey, how much would it cost to pay to type in the red pill? 50 cents a click, $1 a click. So if I say 10 clicks and I'm charging $50, those 10 clicks cost me $10, but I made 50. So I'm $40 ahead. And that's how AdWords works. You can type in websites and see the words they bid on. We typed in the rational male, and I still have the screenshot. He paid for words literally that said free dating sites for gay men, gay men's dating sites, and another gay word in there. So it was 3 different ones. Asian male dating sites, young Asian white males, a whole list of them. We have it screenshotted and we presented it on many streams. The fact that he had 3 AdWords where if you typed in free gay men dating sites, the rational male would pop up was very suspect. And my theory was that that's how he met Hogwood and Butt Plug Fitness. Next thing you know, Butt Plug is used to market to the Black community. Hogwood is used to market to the white community. And we've seen this clearly. One-time pandemic called that out. And next thing we knew, Rolo was in Florida doing a stream, you know, with Fresh and Fit. And he's even a little jealous of them because they had a guy on there the other day, Mike Rashid, that confronted them and told them, look, they're wrong on a lot of stuff. And Rolo made a video calling him a blue pill alpha because he's a very big, muscular guy. And, of course, you know, Rolo's a coward. And, you know, he made this video, of course, probably chasing clout because Rolo's channel isn't doing that great. Neither is his book. I mean, he called this book the Rational Male Religion. He's trying to make a religion out of that. I noticed that because I'm an author myself. And I'm saying, why would you, you know, that he's such a slimy, sneaky, you know, just despicable. That's the word that comes to mind. I look at it. Yeah, I would be more than happy anytime. I would make time. I would, you know, if Tony says, hey, the debate is ready, let me know when, you know, just let me know when. Rolo, you know, I doubt it would happen because he runs. When I saw what happened with Face and LMS, I said, wow, this guy's really afraid. And, you know, he has a lot to lose. You know, if you're telling the truth, you have nothing to lose, you know, but if you're lying, you know, that, you know, you're going to be exposed. So, yeah, man,
it would be epic. I mean, and it's not to sensationalize anything. I think again, these conversations that, you know, the conversation between you and Rolo, the manosphere needs right now. It needs that. It needs that.
Yeah.
I would like to hear, you know, you're a expert in what you're doing on your channel. And there's a reason why people are drawn to you and your channel. Again, me with, you know, I had said this on our stream, you know, I'm not black pill, red pill, you know, some people might call me blue pill. I'm the Tony pill. Okay. But I also understand I adapt, overcome, and improvise. Okay. And the adaptation to say, okay, there's certain things about the black pill that are truth, you know, that I don't want to say for me that they're, how do I put this? I'm a little bit older. I'm 58 years old. So there's things that I've lived in my life that work for me, but I do understand, you know, like when when you guys talk about looks, money, and status, I mean, that's the reality, you know? So I don't care how much game you have. If a woman's not attracted to you, game is not going to help you. And that's what a lot of these guys are selling. It's a scam. You know, the attraction starts at a very, very primal level. You can't change that attraction. You know, I mean, there is one thing that Rolo says that I agree with, that you can't negotiate desire. And that to me, that's one of the only things that in his book, that desire, like a woman desires you, okay, that's good, okay, but you're not going to game her into desiring you. It's not going to happen. She's going to come after you for, ideally, I believe that looks is most important. A woman is going to be attracted to your looks, and everything falls in place after that. And that's my opinion on that.
Yeah, so that's actually truth. So it's more than just your opinion. You're speaking the truth. If somebody were to say that's just your opinion, they would be wrong, because it's actually, you know, you're siding with the evidence. And when people used to say, oh, no, that's just your opinion, or we have a disagreement, I'll say, no, we don't have a disagreement. I'm siding with the evidence that looks matters, and you're not siding with the evidence. And that's just what it is. And it was sort of like I had to create formats, because I would notice the little tricks guys would use during, even the word debate. It means, you know, comes from debaucher, to beat each other up. It's better to have a conversation like we're all having here, to converse, to learn from one another. The key, the product, the end product should be that, oh, we came out learning something. And, you know, you always learn something. You either live and learn or die a dope, you know, it's a fact of life. So that's like Bulldog Mindset. He's a master at evading the question. I'll give him credit for that. He is just, I mean,
I love Bulldog, but I gotta agree with you there. I've seen him on your streams, and it's like, just answer the damn. I mean, I wanted to grab my computer, my phone, and say, John, just answer the damn question. When you ask me a question, I'm just going to answer it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say, well, you know, this and that. There's context to a question for sure. But when somebody asks you a plain and simple question, like a yes or no answer, just answer yes or no. You know, yeah, I like John. He's a friend of mine. You know, I'm not bashing him by any means. You know, I consider him a friend. But yeah, just answer the question. That's all.
Yeah. He's a very nice guy, without a doubt. He's a very nice guy. But I mean, he's a natural politician. I mean, the guy would probably do well. But yeah, he came out on Marty's stream, and he said, you know, okay, we called him out saying, look, come on. They took a guy in a wheelchair that's paralyzed.
That was brutal.
Yeah. And he goes, okay, yeah, that was messed up. And within a minute, he starts saying, oh, well, you know, I was at this place and I saw this guy that had cerebral palsy, and, you know, he was running game, and I just lost it. I said, just when you thought he was being a human being, he had to just.
I saw that, you know, and I felt a little bad for him, because it's like, you know, John, I get that. I get what you're saying. But to me, that was, you know, from what he described it was more like sympathy from women. If it did happen, you know what I mean? I don't think he was actually gaming a woman. And I think Cooper had brought up that, who's that little guy who married the real pretty woman?
I know you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, he's like kind of like
he's got some type of thing going on.
But I mean, you know, we know they made some sort of arrangement. You know, that would have been, you know, after looks, that would have been money for sure. Yeah, I mean, exactly. She was in there for monetary gain.
You know? And a combination of status, because he was well known. Yeah. Status actually at certain moments can outrank money. A good example I wrote in the Black Pill book was, you know, David Lee Roth. I mean, he looks like Animal from the Muppets. You know, I got much respect for his skills, but I mean, the guy is zombified from decades of drug use, and women will still sleep with him just because he's David Lee Roth from Van Halen. Mick Jagger, the status, and he has money. But I mean, the guy's in his 70s and he's still banging girls in their 20s, you know, and this is documented, you know, stuff like that. You know, you can find the articles. Tony Randall from The Odd Couple was in his 80s, married and had a child with a girl that was, I think, 25. Status, I've noticed, can actually outrank money and looks at certain times. I mean, you look at some of these rock stars. Billy Joel is not the best looking guy. He married a supermodel, but being that it was based on his status and his money, eventually it faded away because it wasn't based on sexual attraction. You know, these are good things to document and study and to say, okay, what is it? You know, you really think about it. This is where the learning happens. The dating coaches, they have I remember Rollo and Cooper and I think Donovan was saying you have to game your wife and you have to keep gaming her forever. And I'm like, I can't believe this. If game worked, if you could game a woman, right? If you could game a woman and get like a hot woman, well, why are all of these guys married to ugly women? You know, I just thought about that. If you look at Rollo's wife, straight Skeletor from He-Man. You look at Cooper. I mean, you look at Donovan. Oh my goodness, I don't even want to say it. Donovan Devin is just, you know, stripper is a nice word for ex-hooker. And they get mad when they call it out.
I mean, you know, I'll disclose something. I mean, I've hung out with Cooper before, and I know that when Donovan and his girl came to the 21 convention, and I was talking to Cooper, and he had said to me, "You got to be kidding me, right? This is who he talks about," because nobody saw her before, and I was actually kind of in shock myself. I'm like, really, and okay, I want to put this in the nicest way possible. I really don't care who somebody sleeps with or is their girlfriend. I don't care. But don't tell me that she is this and she's not. You get what I'm saying? I don't care. And I think that's one of the issues with the manosphere is certain like dating coaches are telling you that you're going to get this woman that is, I'll say it, out of your league. So I think that's one of the issues with incels. I don't think there's such a thing as an incel. I think what it is that guys are so convinced that they can get something they can't get. And by what's the word I'm looking for? By default, they now become an incel. Does that make sense? You follow what I'm saying?
Well, I'm gonna say this, man. I think incels are guys that can't get the relationship experience. I don't think it has anything to do with sex. I think it's all about the inability to actually get that relationship experience, because anybody could pay for it, or you got a cousin who could set you up, whatever. But I think it has to do with I can't experience the relationship phase, and that's what's keeping them in the loop. That the fact that they can't experience a relationship is because we all know sex would be too easy. They could pay a stripper, they could do whatever, but it has to do with the relationship. I think, and MD knows, we talk to certain guys where you try to outline to them, you're not prepared for a relationship, or you're too socially awkward, but because they hone into that one aspect in life where they're like, I'll die if I don't get a girlfriend or a girl that'll hold my hand and walk with me across the street. That's what I think an incel is, because I think the sex thing is, any man with a couple dollars in his pocket, you could go get it, be it domestic or foreign. I think it all has to go back to an incel is just trapped on the need for a relationship, and it's on a level where we couldn't understand, man. It's like a obsession, man. Because we've talked to guys where we try to tell them, God, just get rid of that virgin card and you'll be free, and they just keep fighting for a relationship. They've been too indoctrinated, too effeminized to break off of you don't need a relationship, guy. Just get what you want and you know, walk off. You know,
I was going to ask you, hold the truth. How tall are you?
or me, man, 6'7". You know,
6'7"?
yeah.
Wow.
You
I
6'7".
I would say that, and this is from speaking with a lot of incels, you know, it stands for involuntarily celibate. So if you can't get a relationship and you have to go to a hooker, if you don't pay for it, you're involuntarily celibate. I created a word last year called acceptable incels. So it's like a guy who can, you know, we can get a fat chick or something like that, but we want our looks match, right? Or maybe we can't even get the fat chick because now in the state of sexual inflation, you got fat chicks that once Chad smashes them, they only want Chad. So they get the notion of, wait a minute, why should I settle? This guy came, I can get that, right? So now they won't even go with the guy that's their looks match. So it's kind of like Face and LMS made a good point. He goes, it's so bad that they can't even get the ugly chicks anymore. Because the ugly chicks, I mean, you got hookers that are a 5 that are charging $600. I mean, this is, I mean, pussy is a commodity, whether people like it or not. Wars were fought over it. It's worth more than gold. You know, if you look at the legends of Rome, what did they do? You know, Rome was started by what? Remus and Romulus, you know, birth, you know, suckled by a wolf. But there was no women in the country. You know, this is just a legend. And they had to go to other countries for what? To get women. It is the spoils of war. Helen of Troy, going to war over a washed up single mother. I mean, shit, if that doesn't tell you, I mean, come on. Helen of Troy, it's like, come on, somebody's wife, not even some pretty virgin or something. Now, with the incels, there is a fine line because, like you said, some guys will say, oh, no, I want this hot girl. You ain't never going to get that. You know, I told Stopping Power once, he was 25. He's 5'5". He's balding, you know, messed up teeth. We go, you need to fix your teeth. Do you have the money? He said, yes. He goes, oh, well, what if I fix them and I can't get a girl? I said, you're fixing your teeth to fix your teeth, bro. You know, I said, just look at it that way. I said, then we can work from there. Okay, shave your head, whatever, you know, what is it? Balding is not a choice, but being bald is a choice. You know, you can choose, you know, and, you know, you can change, you can looks max. That's what a lot of the incels call looks maxing is real. Lower your body fat, you get, you know, hollow cheeks. Sometimes, like, look at Danny DeVito. Without status, I would say Danny DeVito's an incel. Even with status, you got chicks that are like, hookers have said they'll see certain guys and the price goes up. You know, they will service them. Then you get some guys that they won't service. You know, but the fact that, like, Master Yoda that comes on the panel sometimes, SB, from Face's stream, actually, he's been going to hookers for 30 years. He says in his 50s, and he knows he's an Arab cell, you know, an Arabian incel in Australia. So I'm like trying to look at it like, okay, there is a line. You guys have a very good point. There is a line where you can look at the guy and say, look, man, you're just picky, man. You know, you can go get a fat chick, you know, but there is a point where I said, okay, you're going to be joining the circus. You're going to have to be juggling, you know, excuses, backpedaling on a unicycle, just paying for dinner, you know, and most of the time doing that and not getting anything out of it. Frustration will set in. And then the dating coaches approach. Hey, you just need more game, man. Now this guy gets angry and they create the ERs. They create, and I said this a while ago, they create the guys that go out in society, the shooters, the guys that go postal. And they try to say that the black pill and other stuff creates it. But no, if a guy's getting, you know, rejection is tough. You know, instead of telling the guy, look, you got to build self-esteem. Neil Strauss that wrote the book, The Game, he even said, they go, would you teach your son the game? You know, would you have him read the book? He goes, no, the book is for guys with low self-esteem. So instead of teaching guys how to have high self-esteem, what did he do? He lied to them and sold them a book. and he sold almost 3 million copies. They made a lot of money off of that. And if you look at Neil Strauss, he's an incel, basically, but he can always buy sex, right? And unless he has status, because that's the only other way that a guy visually who would be an incel, like Danny DeVito, can get sexual transaction, because it's not going to be based on looks. It's going to be based on status and money, but at least he's getting a warm body. It's something that really needs to talk about. I mean, incels have this is the thing, they're not being listened to. And this is why when I came into the manosphere and I said to myself, wow, if I go on camera, guys are not going to connect with me. They're going to say, what do you know about that? You're almost 6'2". You're above average. You have a good build. This guy's 5'2", balding, Indian janitor. That's the usual stereotype that they put. Will game work for him? So, to be honest, yeah.
You made a great point, because when we had talked about confidence, you just need confidence. But you had said that confidence comes from success, not from failure, is basically, I think, what you said.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's not Master Yoda put it great. He said confidence is not the cause of success. It's the byproduct of it. So you can't, I gave examples in the 48 Laws of Dating. I said confidence comes from success, I think, is actually the 4th law of dating. So it's saying, okay, if you buy a car and you sell it, you have confidence because you bought a car and you sold it. If you never sold a car before, you're just being courageous, and you don't know if it's going to sell. If you approach a woman and have never gotten a woman to give you her number or go on a date, you're being courageous. You're not being confident, and they'll mistake in this. So understanding the definition of the word is very important. Confidence can also be second to clarity. If you have confidence that you bought a car and sold it, and you don't see the situation clear for the next car, and it's not a model that will sell, or it's not in good working condition, your confidence will overshadow you, because you're saying, man, I got confidence. I know I did it before. I bought it and I sold it. But you don't have the clarity to see the situation. You will buy that other one and you might not be able to sell it. So the 5th law of dating, clarity goes beyond confidence. And I put them in those orders so men could say, wow. And of course, the 1st law, never trust a dating coach. What does the dating coach tell you? Oh, you can manipulate sexual attraction. You and I already know, Tony and the other guys, you can't bargain for desire. So sexual attraction is not a choice. The 2nd law of dating. Oh, you just need game. That's the 3rd law of dating. Game is manipulation. So when guys, it's like going to buy a gun and you got to worry, is this guy going to rob me and take the money? Or is he really going to sell me the gun? That's what game is. He's manipulating people. Is he going to manipulate me? Or is he really going to teach me how to manipulate people? But they'll never call it manipulation. They'll say, oh, no, everything is game, or this is the killer when they say you just need more game, or you just need to be confident, bro. And the incels have a very good point when they say that. They say, yeah, just, you just need more game. Just be confident, bro. Just be tall. Just be Chad, bro. And nobody wants to listen to them.
What they need to say is just stay in your lane. I mean,
it's tough. Well, see, the lane is getting more narrow with the internet. That's the problem.
But I mean, stay in your lane when it comes to dating. In other words, stay in your, I think you called it looks matching.
Yes, looks matching. Now, we don't have that anymore. We used to have it in our day.
In your lane right there.
Yeah. So we had it. I mean, you're older than I. And, so you saw it even more than me. I saw it, in the 90s. And it was because there was no, these girls in certain towns didn't have the ability to meet other people. So when guys went there or they came to they're like, holy smokes. Or in the Midwest towns, they would say, please take me out of here, basically trailer parks. And, especially when I was stationed in Fort Hood, Texas. Now they have at the swipe of the wrist, guys who will travel hundreds of miles. I've done it myself. I've traveled to Canada. I've traveled to Maine. I've went to Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, just to meet women I met online in 05, 06, 07. And girls even flew out to see me. But as time went on to 2011, 2012 with Tinder, I didn't internet date for a while. And now when people say looks don't matter, you say, well, all right, why don't you have a profile on Tinder? Why is it just you look at the person, you swipe right or left? Because it's based on looks, right? So now we know it gets ugly now. A friend of mine did an experiment with Georgia Free. Now, Georgia Free is the ostrich-looking chick that was in the manosphere, right? She looks kind of like a human female ostrich. And she's a blonde chick. And he put her picture up on Tinder, and within 2 days, she got 2,000 likes. Now, this is a post-wall 31-year-old chick that looks like an ostrich, and she got 2,000 likes. Imagine the hot girls. So the hot girls, I was saying, Indecent Proposal, I think the movie was made to show people that almost every woman can be turned into a hooker. The guy's wife, he's like, look, I'll give you $1 million for one night. The husband was like, hey, honey, you better go fuck this guy and we could take this $1 million. It really made people think to say, well, I would tell people, I said, listen, if there's a very pretty girl and I'm giving her $1,000 a week to bang her, do you really think she's going to go out with you just to have dinner and give you sex? No, you're going to have to pay for it. And these pretty girls know. Incel TV said it best. He goes, there is no pretty girl that doesn't know she's pretty. She knows her value. He really brings good points. Yeah.
Well, I'll add on to that, man. One thing a lot of guys aren't adding up is that the cell phones, and like MD was saying, 05, MySpace, you had to be on a computer, you were stationary. But what's happened with the internet being in your pocket is that women literally have access to a filtering process. They could filter out any man they want or don't want, like he was saying, where a fat chick, she might have got, banged up by some dude in New York, but some dude in Jersey that's thirsting, that's a Chad Light or whatever you want to call him, sees one, he needs something now, he gets his fix. What's happened is a lot of women with the internet are getting an oversaturation of what I call men that are giving them attention by default. How many guys are just gonna like and comment? You're not sleeping with her, you're not even with her, and you're giving her attention for nothing. Then you want her to give you something for it. It's kind of like one of y'all paying me $500 to show up and just say, what's up? Now you want to pay me $500 and you want me to work? I'm good, man. I'm gonna find a job that'll actually pay me more. So a lot of the women are using the internet and the phones as a way to filter people out. This is why you can't approach a woman a cold approach, where I say a lot of these dating coaches are using 90s approaches in this modern age. A woman basically with her phone, Tinder, and all these things, you don't have the right to approach me because I didn't approve of you on my app. It's like a waiting list. That's what the phones and all that stuff has created is, are you on her waiting list to, get into her, her door, if you get what I'm saying. And a lot of guys don't get that. And the whole thing is, what men need to do is understand is the old days is thrown out of the water. You have to become a man that's looking at where you can win and how you can win. But too many men in the US, some of us here have gone to school in the 90s where you had more male teachers. Now, over 90% of the teachers are female. So these guys are growing up with nothing but female validation. Then their TV is telling them female validation. We don't have films like Rambo where a dude just goes on a mission and has no love interest. Everything that guys are watching is literally programming them that if you don't have female validation, you're losing. And that's why you see the rise of inceldom. It's only going to continue to increase because the guys are literally surrounded by a system that's creating incels like a freaking factory.
And that's a big reason why the manosphere has failed men, is they're giving them false hope. And that's the part that bothers me. Again, I don't care what a guy's attracted to. I know what I'm attracted to. And, you know, I don't have any regrets or anything on women that I date. None at all. But I think if guys learn to, I like that looks matching thing. I think that's something that's missing. In other words, stay in your lane, go after what you can get, because you're not going to get up here. I don't even want to say up here. Just get what's going to make you happy.
Well,
you know what I mean? I don't think any woman can make you happy. I think you have to be happy with yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
you're absolutely right. Face and LMS put a really good test out there. He showed pictures of a guy who was an average looking guy, and he was with a girl that was a little bit above average, or we could say is his looks match. And the girl was missing her limbs. And there was no way he would get a girl that was his looks match that didn't have some type of defect. Like, hold the truth too. He had a great point. You're on her waiting list, basically. And if her waiting list has better looking guys, there's just no way you're going to get with that looks match. There's a possibility. I think it would have to be it's not going to be a looks match. It's going to be the looks matching, but the guy's probably going to also have to have status and money. So let's just say he owns a business. He has money. He has his own place, his cars. Now he's not just her looks match. He's her looks match, and he has all of this other stuff. Bring into the equation that she gets older. So now guys know this, a lot of the MGTOW stuff, they very, will understand this. Once she hits the wall, the same girl that the guy wouldn't have been able to get, now she's actually open to that because she hit the wall. I mean, look at the crazy thing is you got chicks now that have hit the wall and went past the wall, and they're still kind of picky. So you say to yourself, what is going on? These incels are like giving us a little bit of a point to say, hey, wait a second, it just Alexio. I mean, when he said, look, $50 for drinks, 30 for dinner, 20 for an Uber, and you don't know if you're going to have sex with her, but you could take that $100 and just go screw a chick. You know it for sure that she's going to bang you for 100. And I understand what QB Willie has a good point. You go to Mexico, you're definitely going to smash for that $100. So I can't, I can't say that that's wrong. I'm like, that's actually the better deal, and not every man wants that. They're not used to that. They want that intimacy. And a lot of them are seeing that they're just not going to get the intimacy. There's a guy that comes on, he works at the airport, Jamal Green, really cool guy. Yeah. He said that he bought an expensive house, provided, making $200,000-300K a year, and she left him for a better looking guy. He admitted that the guy was better looking, owned a regular house, and she had a kid with him. Forsake her child just for that. And he was like, yeah. And he said, how he made his transition from the red pill to the black pill, seeing that, okay, yeah, it's true. Looks. Some incels are so black pilled on the reality of dating that they don't even say it's LMS, looks, money, status. They say it's LLL, looks, looks, and looks. And in society, we see this a lot. I mean, look at in the olden days, they had the bias of police officers. You had to be a certain height to be a police officer. Hold the truth. You're 6'7". Imagine a guy 5'2", coming. I mean, come on. I'm not saying that they couldn't, he's got a gun on his hip. Yeah. He might need backup. You reverse the situation. You got your 6'7" approaching the other guy that's 5'2". You start to see that. Also, they did an experiment with a guy who was 6'4" and a guy who was 5'2". 14-inch difference, right? They just asked people on the street. They dressed them the same. They said, how much do you think this guy makes a year? And what do you think he does? The short guy, they thought he was a cook. The tall guy, They thought he was like an executive. He was an accountant. He was, oh, he's doing well. When they interviewed women, the women black pilled that shit so hard. When they saw the short guy, one girl was like, oh, he's going through a hard time. It's like, shit, yeah, he's 5'2" and he's going through life as being treated with what's called height prejudice. And that shit exists. Some of these guys are angry. Like look at Boom Boom, 5'4", angry dude, and he got me to a point where I got a little triggered. It's like, look, bro, the difference between me and you, I keep my cereal box on top of the fridge. That's the difference between me and you. And I don't like to get salty with guys like that, but they push me to a point where I'm like, bro, come on, I'm on your side. I tried to tell him, look, he was an 18-year-old kissless virgin, and he used to come on the show, Filipino, not a bad looking, but when looks theory, he had chin recessed, certain things about his face, I guess, but we could work with it. I told him, I said, if you want a pretty girl, you're gonna have to fly to Amsterdam or something, or go to a brothel. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. 5'4", it's gonna be tough for him. As you get a little taller, you see the things change. But like Face and LMS said, being tall and ugly is like being short and good looking. It's really fucking tough. I mean, Tom Cruise, if you look at the surgery he had to his face, the before and after, you'd be shocked. You can find it online. You'd be like, holy shit. He had his teeth fixed. He had jaw implants because he had a very good eye area. You can't really do too much for your eye area. If your eye area is, like if you got like the big, round eyes that look like you're coked out, like Donovan Sharp, you're fucked. If your eyebrows are really high, like Ronald McDonald, like Rollo Tomasi, that's it. They can't lower that shit. That's bone structure. That's some serious fucking surgery. You might be able to adjust the canthal tilt a little, but there's only so much you can do. And sometimes when, you look at some of these guys, Face is brutal. Face and LMS is real. I'll give it to him. He honestly, Incel TV black pilled me on a lot of stuff. He said, MGTOW. He goes,
you know what kills me about this? I'm curious what Gene has to say, because when you're saying this stuff, it's just like, I'm not sitting here shocked at anything you're saying. Like, nothing you're saying is shocking me. Nothing. Zero. From the police officers. I remember growing up, a police officer had to be like, I think they had to be like 6 foot or even maybe it was like, I think you had to be over 5'10" or 5'11" to be a police officer. But none of it is shocking to me at all, like zero. So I think it's like Hold the Truth Hostage was saying earlier about women with the validation and the phones and things like that. All that ties into the whole thing. This technological world that we live in has made it so easy. I'll say it's made it easy for women, but definitely not easy for men. It's become more of a chore. So, but nothing you're saying is shocking me. Zero. Absolutely nothing. I never learned this stuff before I entered the manosphere. And started partaking of manosphere content. Me being 5'7", I never knew it was an issue till I came in here. But I was able to deal with it the whole time. It was never an issue. Like when I started losing my hair, I shaved my head. But what I noticed is that when I would go out or do whatever I'm doing, all of a sudden now I found women that loved the shaved head. I could have a ring around my head, but I choose not to. So or what do you? It's like the Friar Tuck look or whatever you want to call it. But I choose not to have that
toilet seat head.
So yeah. So I've taken advantage. Yeah. I've taken advantage of everything God gave me. I get beautiful women. I get gorgeous women. I know Primal Man can vouch for me on that, and a few other people. Mm-hmm. So it's never been an issue. Again, I'm 58 years old. I stay in my lane. I really do. And I have no issue with any woman that I date. I would bring her anywhere because I date beautiful women, plain and simple, in really anybody's eyes, regardless of age or whatever. And I get that, you know, I've done my share of dating, you know, at my age, dating women in their 20s. And to be honest, that's just not for me. It's not for me. I find zero, I don't want to say physical attraction, but I find zero mental attraction. Let's put it that way. And I think, you know, as you get older, you get to a certain point to where it's just not, it is about looks to me, without a doubt, but it's not, it's also about mental stimulation too. I know, MD, we had talked about the company of a woman. There's nothing better than the company of a good woman, having a great conversation and the companionship. That's rare. So, you know, my advice to guys, and I'll give advice now, is when you find that in somebody you're attracted to, go for it. Don't listen to all this manosphere bullshit that you're going to get this, you're going to get that, because you know what? You're not, you know. But I really like the whole looks matching kind of thing. I think that's really cool. I think that's important. That's something I think needs to be talked about more, is looks matching, you know. And to me, I'll sum it up again, like I said before, is stay in your lane, fellas. That's all. Stay in your lane. Plain and simple.
Yeah. Anthony Velasquez, Suarez is a troll. He's definitely a troll from the Luigi channel. But yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. You know, also, you know, one, you know, you do have a business, you live in a good area, you know, Florida, you know, more of a city area. So there's going to be, you know, it's not like you're in New Hampshire or, you know, Vermont or something, or, you know, small, you know, town. You're also saying, all right, you'll take the older women. Like, it's very rare to find a woman that's going to give you good conversation and good sex. You know, that's like, you know, real narrow thing. Me personally, I get my conversation from men, you know, like how we're having conversation here, and the women would be sex. And it's not to say we can't have a conversation, because if you can stimulate her mind, you know, that's really how you get through to some women. Men, you know, basically, you know, the key to a man's heart is under his belly, not even through his belly. Like they say, his stomach, you cook him a good meal. No, it's actually under his belly. Have good sex with them. We're very sexual. They seem to be more mental. But a lot of women that I've interviewed, I have a lot of interviews on audio tape where I asked them, what brings you to the point of orgasm? And some women, I would say the majority, did say looks. Some said trust. You know, taking into account a woman's sexual experience, that's another thing. So, you know, you're older, you're dating women that are older. For me, I found it very easy to have girls that are in their 30s, you know, very pretty women too. I do like women in their 20s. I would need more finance. Like, I can still get that, you know, being that, you know, I have, you know, what it, you know, takes as far as in the looks category, but I would need, you know, it's a good thing I have a good car, I have, you know, money, not, you know, hopefully more in the future, but the sexual inflation is so high. A pretty girl in her 20s is like being born with a lottery ticket. You know? And as time goes on, that ticket, the winnings are being spent. To by the time she hits 30, it's an expired lottery ticket. 31, 32, 33. And, you know, if the chick wants to have kids, I tell them medically, when you're 30, you lost 90% of your eggs through menstruation. You lose about a couple of thousand every period you have. You're born with about 6 million. You know, at birth, you're going to lose 4 million. You got maybe 2, 3 million in every menstruation till you hit, say, 45 or 40. You know, so this is why they say women get baby rabies if they don't got kids in their 30s, you know. So there's a lot of you know,
I'm going to bring on Born to Surf here real quick. He's been waiting, and I'm going to make sure you're going to have to say something real quick. So you ready, buddy? I'm going to bring you on. I know you've been waiting a while. You don't have I don't know you, and you don't have you didn't show your face, but I'm going to add you real quick. So talk real quick. That's all I got to say.
Hello, friends. I just want to black pill facts with all of you. Nothing more, just here to talk about, black pill things.
Okay. All right.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah. Any questions? You want to chime in on
It's
anything?
really questions. I would like to chime in on something. Black pill. I believe that failure. I believe that
You got a bad connection, man.
Signal breaking up.
Yeah, I think the trolls definitely are showing up.
Yeah. Goodbye.
That's actually a good sign when the trolls show up. We get a lot of trolls. I mean,
Well, we tried, right, Gene? We tried. I mean, he even changed his name.
oh yeah, he definitely.
All right, we tried.
I mean, you definitely got a good point with you definitely everybody like the lane thing. The lane thing is definitely
Yeah, and that's okay. I think. I don't think, I don't think that's an issue. I really don't. I think if guys just stay in their lane and date according to looks matching or whatever you wanted to call it, I think they'd be happier.
Well, I'll say that, man, that no longer exists because of the internet and all that. By the time a woman looks matches, what you see is either in her 30s or 40s, because it's become too many men are ordering this slice of pizza, man. You know what I'm saying? Until the orders get cold, they no longer look matched, and I think what's happening, in my honest opinion, and you could tell with a guy like QB that's traveling, is that the dating market is forcing domestic men to look overseas. Like I'm telling people, look up George Clooney. George Clooney was a player up here. He was macking like no other man, but women here did not want to settle, and he had to go overseas. And what I think is happening is that, think about our country. America has bases in every country. And I think because of the oversaturation on women receiving requests, that by the time they look match with you, they're 40, they've had kids. It's no longer a probability. It's about what will you do, and are you so loyal? Are you more loyal to your country than you are loyal to your opportunities? Because I think the age of look matching, and back in the 90s where a chubby guy had a chubby girl, those days are dead, because those chicks, no matter where they go online, they're getting orders. And it just happens that even though you look like her, she has a better fit guy on the waiting list that will hit her and leave, but she'll get that experience that she's wanted physically from a higher sexual value man. That won't be a long-term thing. And think about it, she's getting multiple guys. Guy turns 21, he's in great shape, wants to smash her. A guy who just 30 wants to smash her. They're getting orders every second. Just think about that. The likes, the domestic man in the States, man, those times are done. If you're not a certain look, your time is over. It's become, are you more loyal to the fact that, oh man, she's born in America just like me? Or are you loyal to your desires? Because at some point, you're going to have to make a choice. You're going to stay in the land of the called free, or you're going to go to a land where you can be free. That's where I look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been a lot of that. It's and if you're dating older, you won't see it as much, but it's very widespread in the younger dating scene. So looks matching for a 20 and a 20-year-old, it's like almost obsolete now. Even a 20 and a 28-year-old man with a 21-year-old girl, you know, unless he's Chad, you know, or Tyrone, or, you know, Rodriguez or something. I mean, it's going to be tough. And Anthony, yeah, people do. They follow me from stream to stream. It's actually a good thing in a way, because it says that, hey, you know, it's so funny. Yeah. Now, yeah, thank you. Made about the avatar. I mean, eventually this Saturday I will. I'm gonna have fun with them, because I'm gonna throw up some pictures and you know, just explain some of the stuff that's been going on. Eventually, once I start doing more knowledge, I will come out. You know, if I can get onto television to do like an interview about the manosphere, then that'll be great, because I think it'll really put a lot of the trolls on blast. You know, they'll finally see what's happening in the manosphere. The only other person that got on,
I know a guy who's doing a I don't know if I don't even know if I should say this. I guess I can. Yeah, because you know what? Elliot Hulse had him on. Will Spencer. I know Will. Really good. We all hung out here a couple weeks ago. Elliot, me, Anthony, Will. But Will is doing a complete documentary on the manosphere. And I think you should be in it, MD.
wow.
Without a doubt. I really do. I
Yeah.
mean, I know I don't want to say who he's interviewed, but he's interviewed a lot of people. And I think it's going to come out in 2022 sometime.
Wow.
In fact, I know 21 is going to have Will on. I think it's tomorrow morning on Redman Group. I think it's a premiere from an interview with Anthony. But yeah, that, you know, that might be something that you would be interested in. I'm sure I could make that hookup for sure. You know, so
wants to interview me. Yeah,
and I'll email you with some info on that. Some info.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, I think before, when I leave the channel, because I'm going to start streaming less and less on Saturdays, get it down to 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, then eventually 1 hour, and then maybe start doing shows on different days of the week, and just start talking about knowledgeable stuff, you know, health, fitness, diet, religion, science, and just speculate. So where it becomes more of a learning channel. I'll still do Saturday nights, but I think once I squeeze that time frame down, it's going to open the window for other people to take Saturday nights over, you know, and hopefully, you know, we'll get some good guys streaming on Saturday, because I'll just eventually pull back. I've been wanting to do it for a while, but a lot of guys told me, like Raven Retrospect, he's a mod on Saturday. He said that he's around because of the stream. He would have roped. He said it helped him, you know, find direction. A lot of other people said the same thing. It helped them heal. It gave them a place to come and sit and talk, and to be a man without having to apologize. So, yeah, I look forward to the day where I don't even know, can anybody escape the manosphere? But
No, you can't.
you know, it's like
You can't. That's why I put that post up. I'm leaving the manosphere, and then I think I put like 100 spaces below it, and then said, "Just kidding." But I think the manosphere is more like the mafia. There's only one way you're leaving. That's the truth. And how many guys have we seen in the past on you know, I'm leaving the manosphere. Then, you know, 2 minutes later, they're speaking at CME or whatever. So it's like, no, you're not leaving, you know, so stop saying that. You know, there's only one way out of here.
Yeah. I think at best I might get it down to one stream a month. And then I hope other guys, yourself and other guys, take over the Saturday night slot. Because I know the more I don't go on Saturdays, that guys have been, you know, looking forward you know, it's been a year and 3 months. Every Saturday, I haven't missed a Saturday at all. So, you know, I want other guys. I like Hold the Truth, and QB, another guy said, he goes, you got to pass that torch. And I'm like, please. I'm like, shit, I'm more than happy. and then I can just go into doing what I want to do, like, talking about science and learning, and, just say, hey, this will benefit you. This will benefit, younger generations, and be the author that, I was meant to be, just to say, okay,
And I'm going to throw this out there. You got to get on Primal Man's channel one night and talk about religion, because you had mentioned, I think that would be a great Monday night man hour on Primal Man's channel. I talked to them about it here recently, and I said, man, that would be an incredible show, because you're going to keep the context into what, Gene likes to talk about. I'm a Christian guy, but what I've realized is that I don't want to pigeonhole myself into one category. Okay. So I accept everybody from any religion, any background. I think as men, we just need to talk about I think from any background, any religion, we all have the same issues. Doesn't matter what race you are, what religion you are, where you come from. The problems are all the same. So, having these communities to talk about these things, I think, is really important. Now, Gene does base a lot of his content around Christianity. So I think like you, with your archaeology and the studies that you were talking about on the stream we did, I think that would be an incredible conversation. And I think it's something that needs to be heard also.
Yeah. Well, I would like, I agree, Tony. I think it'd be nice to have him on, because I don't agree with most of what MD says. But I would like to have him on, and maybe we can kind of hash it out. Not necessarily a debate. I mean, that's kind of overrated, but we can kind of hash things out and then give solutions and let other men sort of think and choose as they see fit, whatever, get some perspective. Mm-hmm. So I think it would be, I don't like having an echo chamber. It's boring. So I think it'd be cool either way to have MD on for sure. I'd enjoy that. Yeah, I think he would too.
Yeah, no, I definitely would. I mean, I like to, I've read through 3 versions of the Bible: the Quran, the Torah, the Bhagavad Gita, the Popol Vuh, which is, I got it on my shelf here. It's the Native American equivalent of the Bible. They talk about 4 beings being created instead of 2. So instead of Adam and Eve, it's 2 couples. Where it comes from, like I pointed out to one of my friends, he's Irish Catholic, and I told him, well, in the King James version, it says, "Let us create him in our image." That suggests it's a plural faction. It says it in the Gideon's Bible too, but in the New American Christian Bible, it says, "And God created man in his image." So it went into a singular. And, these are good topics to discuss, to say, okay, well, yeah, I have no religious preference, but I've studied Catholicism. I have people in my family that are Roman Catholic, without a doubt, born and raised. And I guess I didn't have, when I was young, I remember going to certain churches, Apostolic Church, St. John of God, other, different stuff in the city, in Queens, all different, it was a learning experience. But by the time I hit 9 or 10, I didn't have to go. It was sort of, things changed. And, I was always very scientific. But when you study science, this is why I'm writing a book about the scientific method. Science actually points toward creation. And this is where a lot of people get, they say, oh, well, don't you believe in this? I said, it's not about belief. It's about science and fact. I'm like, if you look at the genetic structure, if you look at, the whole theory, again, like gravity is a theory, evolution is a theory. And again, I needed to write a book to have a platform to even begin the discussion, because it's so deep. And there are a lot of scientists that actually talk about this. So that's something where we'd probably find common ground. There are stuff in the Quran about the jinn that is not mentioned in other religious texts. There's stuff in the Torah about Lilith, who was created before Eve. And this is why Sarah McLachlan had the Lilith fear, meaning the disobedient woman fear, because she, disobeyed and was put out of the Garden of Eden. And, these are very important topics that, people need to talk about. It's where the learning happens. So, yeah, I think that we have a great conversation about religion.
I think it would be a spectacular collaboration. I really do. I think there'd be a lot of good points made from both sides for sure.
Yeah, and it don't just have to be about. It don't have to be about religion. It can be about just solutions for men, the problems like we're discussing tonight that men are dealing with, and we can get into all like dating issues, marriage issues, pill issues, manosphere issues. All of it, and then we'll touch on religion and science too. So
yeah,
I think it'd be nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it'd be good. Like Dwayne Wick says, do I like philosophy?
Philosophy, yeah.
Yeah, I love philosophy. Everything we have, kind of philosophy is the basis. So the philosophy of numbers is what led into the physics of numbers, which is mathematics. The philosophy of nature led into physics, which is actually telling you how physical nature works. So philosophy is like a base point that philosophy tells you to ask the right question. Physics looks for the answer. So, these are great questions. I mean, I used to notice it always came back to human origins when we'd have earlier streams, and I would try to stay off of it. And because I didn't want to like really get into, like that deep. But I couldn't avoid it. I mean, there's a reason. I mean, I'm reading a book now called The Science of Premonitions by Dr. Larry Dossey. And he's a scientist. He talks about the power of prayer, the power of intent, of thought, of premonitions, of dreams, of these are see, this is the stuff where I like to expand upon biblical stuff and Quranic, Torah. That where did it come from? How did these texts come here, and what was left out? Like the Greek Orthodox version of the Bible contains the Book of Enoch. And certain Christian texts contain it too. The majority don't. The Book of Enoch, that's some serious stuff. That deals with, a guy being taken to heaven and turned into an angel, an archangel, to sit on a panel of judges to judge the Nephilim. So these are really deep topics that are fascinating. So yeah, man, I and then like you said, it can go into red pill stuff, how to help men. Definitely, man. Definitely.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one. I think that'll be good. I think that'll be a classic for sure. Because, Gene can put, the Christianity spin on it to what you're talking about. Me and Gene have some very deep conversations. Even one today we had a talk about he's not I'm sure he doesn't mind, but we had a talk about sexual attraction today and how that is. Even with religion, it's hard to fight sexual attraction as a man or a woman, but that's the kind of conversations we have in private. But sometimes those kind of conversations, I think, need to be public.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
That's something that you guys could, kind of come to conclusions on. And I know Gene is very solution based. That's his purpose is for solutions.
Yeah. I like solutions. I don't like to just point out all problems.
Yeah.
Somebody says this isn't my original. Somebody says don't always talk about how it is, talk about how it can be. I like to look at that sometimes. Talk about how it can be.
Yeah. And I'm sure CBP would jump on.
Yeah, I know. He'll be there. Yeah.
He always jumps on Gene's streams. And you know what? He's I
enjoy him being on.
Yeah. He and having the different points of view, I think is so important. It's so important.
It's refreshing too.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
You don't have to you don't always have to agree. Like I said, my absolute worst phrase in the world is we can agree to disagree. I absolutely hate when somebody says that. You can just disagree. It's okay. You don't have to agree to disagree. You can just disagree. That's what men do. We disagree. and then we move on. You
Yeah.
know,
But I think Bruno, I think people do that so they could just stop the violence, man.
Yeah.
You know, with the internet, man, I've had conversations with someone where it's 2 hours of disagreeing until we say, all right, we can agree to disagree. And, the guns go back in my pocket, the guns go back in his pocket.
Yeah, I've noticed that the common ground that I reach with a lot of people on religion is the scientific evidence of creation. So that's something that there always got to be a common ground. And studying that for the past 2 decades, it's talking with guys like the guy who wrote Forbidden Archaeology is religious. He's I think he's part of the Bhaktivedanta Center, Michael Cremo, a religious group of I think it's like Hinduism or something, or maybe, one of those branches. And Remy, man, I got a lot of love for Remy, man. He's religious. I respect him 100% for that. And, I tell you, man, I know a lot of people, a lot of good religious people. And, it really, I look at it as, there's got a lot of religious people I don't get along with, but I can see the common ground there. I could say, hey, you know what? If it's about courtesy, really, to say, okay, some person might be at a point where they just are not ready to accept certain things, and some people can, and I definitely see, religious. There's, it's a great topic. You're right. More people need to talk about it, and just say, hey, you know what? Let's learn. Yeah.
And tonight was, to me, was legendary to have. I never thought in any day in my life I would have Michael Foster and MD on the same stream, and neither did Anthony Johnson. So to me that was really cool to have both you guys on there, because I have told Michael Foster about you, and he's looked into your content, and I think there's so many things about the black pill that do cross over into Christianity, whether people believe it or not. Mm-hmm. There's many things about black pill truths that do cross over, and because Christianity is about truth, and so is black pill. The whole thing with the red pill, I think the red pill started out as truth, but it's, like I said before on streams, it's been bastardized into some mess now. So, a lot of times I look at black pill truths and say, this is the new red pill. Some people call it crimson pill sometimes because it's the black and the red combining.
This is why I wrote the Black Pill book recently, because a lot of people asked, well, what is it? And I explain in the book how the red and blue pill, of course, come from the Matrix. Mm-hmm. That was brought into cyberspace by the Truth Movement after 9/11 to say, okay, you're blue pilled if you believe this, you're red pill if you believe the truth. And then that's when the PUAs infiltrated and said, well, game is red pill. This is the truth about dating. And for years that went on, and incels got extremely angry because they were getting ripped off. They started a site called PUAhate.com. Then that got shut down. They started sluthate.com. That got shut down. Nobody would listen to them. And I would say as recent as 2017, around there, I remember facing LMS and them saying, look, we're just no longer red pill, we're black pill. Other people started to realize that, the red pill needed the original truth of what it represented needed a stronghold, because if it didn't have the black pill, the metaphor for truth and lie with the red and blue pill, the pill metaphor, would have died. It would have been gone. The black pill had to be created to keep that alive. And I remember when people weren't totally red pill, they tried to call themselves purple pill. Donovan Sharp was one of them. Lycan Theory was one of them. And then eventually they said, okay, they realized that's bullshit, because in the movie The Matrix, all of the pill metaphors come from the Matrix movie. So if somebody was purple pill, that would be probably reminiscent of Cypher, the guy that betrayed them, because he was blue pilled, pulled out of the Matrix, took the red pill, and then couldn't digest it. His blue pill conditioning mixed with the red, turned purple, and he literally wanted to go back into the matrix. So I explain it that way in the Black Pill book, and then go forward into showing how the red pill got infiltrated by dating coaches, hence the Black Pill was born. And then I explain different factions of the Black Pill: the looks pill, the height pill, the size pill, the travel pill, the status pill, the atomic Black Pill, and that it was something I had to get out. I had to like my soul needed to write it, as a writer, the completion, the creation.
In the generic world, we'll call it, not in the manosphere, I think Black Pill would be more along the lines of a nihilistic view, because I've had people on my stream, well, I don't want to be black pilled about that. But I think the metaphor of the black pill in the manosphere is completely different in what it is outside of the manosphere, outside of the men's community. That's what I've noticed. That's my observation.
Yeah. CBP actually educated me on the black pill in politics. There was a different meaning, and I didn't know that, because there's a guy with a channel about that, and it totally doesn't have to deal with the black pill as far as the truth about dating and relationships and stuff like that. So he really I was like, wow, man, that's a deep one. I think his name is Devin Stack or something like that, and it was called a black pill eventually before that, but it's like very political. It's a different thing. I don't know if it's if it can really be looked at, what the black pill in the manosphere is. And the nihilistic view could be like, okay, somebody learns the truth, right? They can get angry and get nihilistic, and from knowing the truth. And that's why some guys will say it's over. And that incels created that phrase. Some of them say it never began, because they realize, like, wow, in this time and day and age, they're just not going to get a date. And it can lead somebody into that nihilistic mindset. Yeah.
I just think it's that reference to the black pill. I mean, when I first heard it, all I thought was doom and gloom and despair, but that's not what I'm finding at all. And again, I don't watch that many streams. I watch your stream. Like I said, I've fallen asleep many nights with my phone next to me and just listening. And it's funny because I find it very hard to fall asleep when I'm listening to you guys late on a Saturday night. It could be, I think your last stream you started at midnight, right? It was a late.
Yeah.
But unless guys really spend the time, and you have to look into these philosophies, and you will find truth. I mean, you will. And to me, that's important. Like I said earlier about the looks, money, status thing, that's as clear as it can get. I'm not shocked by anything you guys were saying earlier. To me, that's how I grew up. That's normal. That's normal. That's not something that's abnormal. That's just reality. So I think a lot of the black pill, if not all of it, is just plain old reality. And the reality is the toughest thing for guys to handle, So, it's important that all this gets out there. But I'm going to wrap it up here in a minute.
Yeah.
I want to, Emmanuel, any last words? We'll start with you.
I want to ask a question earlier on. I was dying to ask the question. Do you think for the future of the dating scene, would it be good to go back to the old days where, all the young people went to the dance once a month, like they'd go to a dance in the 40s and the 50s, that all the women would wait around the walls and all the men would ask them to dance and all that kind of stuff. There's like a paradigm shift happening in the youth today, that the mix of the men and the women together, all the women trying to be the men and all this kind of stuff, it's not working today. Should we roll it back a little bit and go back to the courteous dating and your courting? You go to the dance and you pick up a girl to court. you know, and all this kind of stuff. That's what I was thinking. That's what I wanted to touch upon. Do you think it'll ever go back to that, where there's a clear division between men and women, and like the men have the manosphere? In Ireland, they used to up until the 80s, like a pub, right? A pub would have a bar, and women weren't allowed in the bar. It was just for men. When they finished work, they'd go into the bar, and there'd be no women allowed in the room. You know, that's what they used to have in Ireland, and there was a clear distinction between the men and the women. Now, I think today with the youth and everything, that the women are all over the men, and it's just mayhem, and they don't know how to respect each other anymore. So I'd say bring back the division and bring back the strict courting. You know, I'd love to go to a dance and just listen to a big band and have a drive and pick a girl from the wall. You know, that'd be great. That'd be a way to go. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, I agree. It would be nice. It's like Dwayne Hicks said, we'd have to leave the smartphones. You know, it'd have to be no smartphones. No, it just have to be regular meeting. Yeah, it would be wonderful. I mean, I'd love to see it. I mean, I don't know if it'll happen, but yeah, it reminds me of the old times.
You know, we kind of had this conversation. I think it was, I'm not sure if I was on Primal Man's channel, but with CBP, about that exact thing you were talking about. And he made some good points about, he kind of brought it into capitalism, consumerism, a lot of the isms. Okay. But he made some really good points on what's causing this, you know? So I think in that situation, we got to look at what caused how we don't go to the old dance anymore in court, to really I don't want to call it a political situation, but the way countries are run now, whether it's communism, you know, consumerism, capitalism, that all affects everything that we're doing. I'm sure CBP could break it down a whole lot better than I did, but he made some really good points on that whole, like, we'll never go back to that, is kind of what he was saying. And it's almost like he said, you're going to have to enjoy the decline right now, period. You know? So.
Well, I'll say this, man. That exists, but it doesn't exist here. The biggest problem a lot of guys are doing is you're not looking at the roles the law plays in all this. The 1940s and 20s, or 40s, when they were dancing, you didn't have all these legalities. The law has made it that, look at how they've made women so pro-independent. A lot of guys look at pro-independent like, oh, okay, she can take care of herself. No, it's become her definition of womanhood is she's anti-male. Anti-male stability, but she's pointed right towards dependency on the corporations. Everything you just said, it's available. But here's the sad part. And some guys will comment and say, oh, he's all about Geomax and all that. But where else are you going to go where the laws don't exist? Now in bars, this is how crazy it is. I worked as a bouncer, In New York, the laws become, if she had one drink. So even if you're dancing with her, she had one drink, she's legally out, drunk now. You sleep with her, there's a problem. The government has weaponized women to access men's resources by putting them in prison, whatever. This thing you're searching for, you have to go to a country where the laws here don't exist, or the laws in Dublin or wherever you're at, where the laws don't stigmatize and make this like an enemy type of thing. Because to me, what the government has done is it's told women, and a lot of women think they have freedom, but they've taken all women's freedom away. Women now don't get it that they exist in an ever state of minors, as in they're always under the government supervision. She can't drink, she can't make mistakes, she can't make bad choices without the government getting involved. So to me, what you're searching for doesn't exist where you're at. I think what's going on with all these laws, it's never coming back. It's something where they're pushing men, and I think the manospheres is kind of this answer and the black pill's forcing men. I believe what's coming is you're gonna have to be a global minded man. If your current country won't serve you or allow you to be free, you can't keep ignoring it and waiting for it to happen. You have to go where it exists. And I think a lot of men are uncomfortable leaving what they're familiar with, because this thing you're searching for, it exists. It just does not exist where we currently are. You know?
Yeah, that's, I'm glad you said that, because that's pretty much the way CBP put it. Exactly what you said, almost identical, and it's but I don't know if it was him, but I know somebody had said that we have to put the responsibility back on the men though, too, because the men are who let it happen.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We gave up control.
Yeah, that's true. You're absolutely right. I'm gonna call it a night, guys. I thank you, man, for having me here. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna wrap it up too. But yeah, it was awesome night. Emmanuel, thanks for coming on. Hold the truth hostage. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. And I'm glad you're on, man. Great, good stuff. Good stuff. MD, thanks for coming on. It was a great stream, and you're welcome back anytime. So are you. Hold the truth. Emmanuel, you're always welcome, and we'll wrap it up. Good night, guys. Appreciate all of it.
Right.
Good night.
Night.
Be safe, man. Good night.
Take care.
All right.